Hello and welcome to Eldridge Park in Orleans, Massachusetts for Cape League Baseball on the Birds Broadcast Network. Hi, everyone. Alongside my partner, Gareth Kwok, I'm Carlo Hyannis here to bring you Orleans Firebirds baseball as they take on the Hyannis Harborhawks for game number 27 of the summer. The Hyannis Harborhawks are coming off a 16-run offensive explosion last night in a game that they lost. That's right, the Harborhawks fell 18-16 to the Harwich Mariners in what was a triathlon of a game, going 4 hours and 29 minutes. Hyannis was walked by Harwich a season-high 16 times, but they left a total of 18 runners on base in the loss and scored the most runs by any team this summer in a loss as they look to bounce back today. On the other side, the Orleans Firebirds are coming off a 6-4 loss to the Wareham Gatemen last night at home. Orleans committed 3 errors and had sloppy play around the diamond that led to Wareham runs as the Gatemen won the season series versus Orleans 3-1. Orleans will look to snag a win tonight against Hyannis. It's the final matchup of the summer between the Orleans Firebirds and the Hyannis Harborhawks as the Birds look to get back in the win column on this Sunday night. Let's send it to our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, with a pregame show. Noah?
Yeah, appreciate it, Carlo. Welcome to another edition of the Early Bird pregame show. Noah Searson here alongside Cole Bradley, as always. And Cole, it's going to be a big game tonight, third in a row against a Western Division foe. But if we take it back to last night's game against Wareham, once again came just short, 6-4 loss. And in the last 2 games, that's 21 hits in total. So it's not like the Firebirds aren't getting on base, aren't getting opportunities, but it's about finishing those, leaving runners on base, and that's kind of been the name of the game for the Firebirds the last couple games.
100%, and I think it's really just comes down to, grinding out the good at-bats and figuring out, knowing the situation and then, coming up in those clutch spots to get those runs. And that just hasn't really happened a whole lot this year, I feel like, with these Orleans Firebirds. It's been kind of an inconsistent slew of games where they are driving in those runs, but then there's sometimes they're not, and they just look like a completely different team. Hopefully they hone in on those things tonight and get back in the win column.
Yeah, it's been a lot of close losses this season, and if you want to make the playoffs, you just can't fall on the wrong side of that close type of game too often. And at this point, it's really do or die, Cole. You need this game against Hyannis tonight if you want any shot at making a push towards the playoffs, especially when, Harwich starting to pull away with Brewster. Speaking of Harwich, though, Hyannis played Harwich last night, and they put just a couple runs on the board, Cole. 18-16 was the final score in that one. Over 4.5 hours of baseball. Pitching not great for the Harborhawks in that one, but between last night, the whole week, and we even saw it at the beginning of last week, the Harborhawks put 13 runs up on this Orleans Firebirds team. So while the pitching might not always be there, the bats are extremely hot and will be definitely dangerous again here tonight, Cole.
100%. In that last night's game, they drew, I think it was close to almost 15 walks, and they had 16 hits in it as well, I'm pretty sure. Overall, it was just an offensive nightmare if you're a pitcher, I feel like. So hopefully that doesn't carry over into tonight's game, but we'll see what happens. It's sort of one of those things where, one day you could be on and the next year off, sort of like we talked about with the Firebirds. But this Hyannis team has sort of been sneaky, I feel like, these past couple of weeks, putting up those double-digit scores like they did against the Orleans Firebirds when they put 13 up against them. But they grind out their ABs. They draw their walks. They get the singles. They don't necessarily have the extra base hits in them, I feel like. We might see that a little bit more down the stretch, but I feel like this is a team that just grinds out at-bats, draws walks, and gets a lot of base hits.
Absolutely, Cole. And you talked about those QABs, very important for this Harborhawks squad. And I even talked to pitcher Jeff Pramel before the game, and he said when he pitched against them the last time the Firebirds went out to Hyannis, he said everything I threw in the strike zone, they were hammering. So it's not necessarily even that they're getting lucky. They're having solid hits, and they're a good ball club as far as the offensive side of the ball right now. But when we want to go to the Firebirds side, you got Orion Kirkering, who's starting today. He transitioned from a guy who was in relief the beginning of the season, made his first start, looked pretty good. 5 innings pitched in that one. But when we're looking at Orion, he's going to have a great start today, especially when a lot of that bullpen is depleted. So when you're looking at Kirkering, what do you need out of him today?
I think you just need strikes, and I know that sounds very cliche, but again, this is a Harborhawks team that drew double-digit walks last night, and I think that's just because they saw so many pitches and had such a good feel of the strike zone. I think if Kirkering can really work that nasty slider in with his plus fastball. He's definitely going to get some swing and miss, and that means he can throw it in the zone and beat them with the kind of stuff that he has. If he can do that, I think this Harbor Hawks team is going to have trouble tonight. But it's just really going to be about throwing strikes and coming right after these guys.
Absolutely, and tonight's game marks officially the final quarter of the season. 10 games remaining for this Orleans Firebird squad. Kind of sad, but if they want to make a push to the playoffs, it's got to start tonight. But even if they don't, this is a developmental league, showcase league. Guys have already improved quite a bit, but when you're thinking about the squad as a whole, looking at it, for you, what do you want to see out of this Orleans Firebird squad the final quarter, regardless of whether or not they make the playoffs? Obviously, you want them to win games, but more than that, what do you want to see out of them, Cole?
I think for the hitters, I think just having really good at-bats, and we go back to, throughout the season, there's been a lot of swing and miss in this team, I feel like, at times. So I just feel like if this team can figure out ways as a unit of hitters to sort of just draw as many pitches as possible, see pitches, get deep into counts, work walks, be aggressive when you need be, I think that's a huge thing for them. And then for the pitching side of it, just go out there and just do as much as you can, rack up innings. Like you said, this bullpen's sort of been taxed over the past week or so. So if you're a starting pitcher and you want to go out there and give 4 or 5 innings, that's ideal. And I think that's what a lot of these guys are capable of doing. It's just about getting reps and just getting yourself prepared for the fall, which transitions over into the spring. It's a pretty quick turnaround, especially in college baseball. And I think if these guys can hone in on those things, they'll be just fine.
Yeah, I think I'm on a similar page. It's all about the development. That's what it comes down to. It's something that, a lot of these guys have bought into, especially with the great coaching staff here between the skipper, Kelly Nicholson, and you got True Barracks and Coach Alex, strength and conditioning. A lot of great coaches on this squad. So overall, just buy in and give it your all these final 10 games. You said it's a quick turnaround, which it is, but after this you get a little bit of a break, might get to spend some time with family. So hitters, QABs, but don't go down looking on strikes. Use all your swings. It's something you hear a lot in baseball, but you want to see all these guys going out with everything they have, go out with a bang, and taking the small wins, I guess, because, regardless of whether you win or lose, there's something that you can take out of every single game that can be considered a victory. So each person, has their own small wins. Take those, draw upon them, and build upon them, not only for these final 10 games, but collegiate seasons and potentially into their professional careers. But that's all we've got here on the Early Bird pregame show. So for Cole Bradley, I'm Noah Searson, sending it back to Carlo for Anthem, and then first pitch at 6:30. Carlo.
Thanks, Noah. Appreciate you sending it back to us, and a great pregame show as always between Noah Searson and Cole Bradley. Back here with Gareth Kwok to my right as we get set for this one, Orleans and Hyannis. Gareth, if you're the Hyannis Harbor Hawks coming into this game, you put up 16 runs against Harwich yesterday and you do not come out with a win. Mentally, how do you forget and bounce back against this Orleans team?
Well, I think you got to remember that last week on Monday, Hyannis defeated Orleans 13-1. I mean, you proved it against the Firebirds a week ago on home turf that you could beat them with good hitting and good pitching. And for Hyannis, they had the same guy that they had out there on Monday in Adrian Saravo, who just shoved in his 6 innings of work against the Firebirds. So I think, of course, right now you're just you're playing for pride right now out of the race, but against a familiar opponent in the Orleans Firebirds that they have here tonight, I mean, you got to just remember that you owned them last week and that you can continue that against a Firebirds team that is struggling right now, losers of their last 2, and they're still trying to find something as they head into this home stretch. So for Hyannis, I think it's still easy to remember that, hey, we had their number last time, and that this is a prime opportunity to take the season series and give a little bit of momentum as we head into this final week and a half of the Cape League schedule.
Yeah, it should be noted that since Hyannis won that game against Orleans and ended their 11-game home losing streak, they're 3-3, and for Orleans, they've only won 3 of their last 10 games. So this is a Hyannis team that's started to turn it around after starting the season 2 for 19. In their last 5 games, they're averaging 7 runs a game. Now, they did have the 16-run game yesterday, and hitting .283. So this is a team that is, the bats have started to come alive, and kind of the same story for Orleans. Last 5 games, Firebirds hitting .294, but the problem is it's the runners left on base. 9 guys left on base last night for the Birds. Garrett, in situations where guys are in scoring position, got to bring them home. For Orleans, it's going to be converting a lot of those bunt plays, moving guys over, taking advantage of errors and wild pitches here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it on the head there. It's a Firebirds team right now that, we haven't seen a whole lot of times, at least in this second half of the schedule, where they've been able to implement all three aspects of baseball. The pitching, the hitting, and the defense has not really lined up all the time. Maybe you get 1 to 2, but we haven't seen all three of them at the same time very often, and it's why right now they're still 5 games out of the race. Granted, there's 10 games left. They got to start it now. They're going to need some help along the way from opponents against other Eastern Division teams, but for right now, they got to be able to. It starts with tonight to be able to take down Hyannis. Don't overthink it. Got to be able to do the basics, and it should result in a W tonight.
Well, the Firebirds are hoping to avoid their third 3-game losing streak of the summer, currently sitting at 10-12-4. Kelly Nicholson trying to avoid his third losing season in his last 5 years with the Birds. It had been the 10 previous before the last 5. Nicholson did not have a losing season with Orleans, so the Birds skipper is hoping for a win tonight against a 5-win Harbor Hawk team. We'll step aside and come right back here on the Birds Broadcast Network because our national anthem is coming up.
Life's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A beautiful rendition of our national anthem as we get set here at Eldridge Park. 72 degrees, cloudy skies, and an hour after we were supposed to start, but we are playing baseball here at Eldridge Park. Carlo Jimenez alongside Gareth Kwok. Let's bring you the starting lineup for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks as they are going to start with Clark Elliott, the sophomore out of Michigan. Dominic Johnson, the sophomore out of Oklahoma State, will hit second. Hitting in the 3-hole, Zane Harris, the senior out of Wright State. Nick Romano, the sophomore out of UCF, will be in the cleanup spot. 5'6", Kyle Ball, the senior out of Stetson. 2 Stetson players in the lineup today. Mitchell Hardigan, the junior out of Florida Atlantic, in the 6th spot. 7, 8, 9, you're going to get Ryan Proto, the sophomore out of UMass Lowell. Mason Greer, who's headed to Missouri State and will be a sophomore there in the spring. And Ryan Romano, the junior out of Florida State, in the 9-hole to round out the lineup. We'll get you the defense behind the starting pitcher for Orleans. It will be Tyler Locklear at third, Benjamin Blackwell at short, Peyton Chatinier at second base, Trey Harmon at first. From right to left in the outfield, Chase DeLauder in right, Jared McKenzie roams center field, and Luke Keishel will be in left. Justin Mickness behind the plate, putting down the signs and catching Orion Kirkering, making his second start of the summer for Orleans. Kirkering Started last time out against YD on July 18th, went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs on 4 hits, and his 20 batters that he faced struck out 3 and walked just 1. And that 11-9 heartbreaking loss for the Firebirds, Kirkering was credited with a no decision. So the second start for Orion Kirkering, who's trying to get his starting legs under him before he heads to USF, wants to become a starter for South Florida, and he'll face this Hyannis team. Firebirds wearing the HGMH camo tops, the black Firebirds across the chest, outlined in white. On the backside, the black numbers, outlined in white as well. Hyannis in the white pinstripe pants, the tops, the colors of the Mets. Hyannis was formerly known as the Hyannis Mets. Numbers are on the back in orange, outlined in white. Hyannis across the chest in orange and a blue base uni. The lefty Clark looks towards the right-handed pitcher Kirkering. The pitch and a swing and a line drive up the middle into left center field, a base hit. One pitch and a leadoff single for Clark Elliott, who continues to be terrific to open up this season. Elliott hitting .352 in 15 games. And he stands at first as up comes Dominic Johnson.
Yeah, what you're going to see from Kirkering today, he's mostly a 2-pitch guy. 3/4 arm slot. He'll throw that fastball with high velocity, 92 to 96. He'll sit around 93, 94, a couple 95s. He does also have a good hard slider as well.
Wind is blowing in here at Eldridge Park as Kirkering looks on and Elliott takes his lead at first. First pitch home, and a bunt popped up over the top of the bird's nest and onto Route 28, straight back. No balls and 1 strike to Dominic Johnson. Elliott stole a base against Orleans in the 13-1 loss at Hyannis as he leads at first. Stole third base back on July 19th, throw down to first, and Elliott back with a head first slide. These two teams have beaten each other once. Orleans winning the first matchup at Hyannis on the 8th, 11-6 in a game that only went 6 innings. A 1. Low to the right-handed batter, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike to Johnson. That one was fogged out on a Wednesday night. And then the last matchup a little more recently, July 19th. The 1-1. And a swing and a looper into left field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Elliott will hold it second. Back-to-back knocks. And the Hyannis Harborhawks are cooking in the top of the first inning with 2 on and nobody out.
And we talked about it post-game, Carlo, yesterday after the loss to Wareham. You know, you can't really take Hyannis lightly, even with this 5-22 record that they have and being worse in the league. They're a team that put together a lot of these types of hits last time around. A lot of singles, not too many extra base hits, but they keep that line moving, and that just gets frustrating as a starting pitcher when these types of hitters keep putting the ball in play for base hits and singles, and you're unable to get them out.
So in stands the left-handed batter, Zane Harris. 2 on, nobody out, top 1. Orleans in Hyannis. Kirkering deals. Harris looks at a ball away. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Gareth, you put up 16 runs in a game, and you're averaging 7 in your last 5. This is an offense that can hit, no doubt about it, and one of the more dangerous ones on the Cape. Hitting .283 in their last 5 games, and 2 singles to open up this one. Kirkering's 1-0, and a swing and a pop-up foul over Route 28, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan Kirkering making just his second start of the summer. Okay, last one came against YD. In his first inning of work, he gave up a double but was able to work around it. And here in a jam once again, allowing Elliott to reach and Johnson on singles. And the 1-1 is once again fouled straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Zane Harris picked up an RBI double in yesterday's game. His lone hit was 1 for 4. Is a patient batter, though. 3rd on the team in walks, but Kirkering Ahead of the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Wind blowing gently in and overcast skies here on this Sunday night. Delayed an hour because of rain, but we are playing. 1-2. And a swing and a foul straight back towards the screen. And the count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Harris out of Wright State, hitting just .214 on the summer. Big kid though, 6'5", 260. He fills up that batter's box. Elliott at second, Johnson at first. Kirkering stares in, likes what he sees from Mickness. The 1-2. Fastball misses downstairs, 93 on the gun from Orion. The count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harris trying to put Hyannis on the board first. Harbor Hawks trying to continue their hot offensive performance. Harris rests the bat with a blue barrel on his left shoulder and swings and misses at the 2-2. A big strikeout from Orion Kirkering. And there's one away with 2 on in the top of the first.
And that's that sharp slider that he likes to throw it on 2 strikes. Starts outside and bites right back low and out of the strike zone. And Kirkering gets a big strikeout in what was a strikeout situation.
So in stands Nick Romano, right-handed batter, in the cleanup spot, the DH for today. UCF on UCF. First pitch is low. Both runners go. Throw down to third. Not in time. Elliott steals third. On to second goes Dominic Johnson. The double steal, and Hyannis has put both runners in scoring position. Well, Mickness, Gareth, has struggled this year trying to throw base runners out. He's only thrown out 1 base runner on this summer. And that came in his last outing at Doran Park when he threw out Joe Lampe. And Elliott now 90 feet away. Dominic Johnson 180. Kirkering's jersey flapping in the wind as he stares in towards Romano. He sets at the bell. The 1-0. And a swing and a ground ball down the third base line. Foul. Third baseman Locklear watches it roll foul. Locklear at third today with Trey Harmon in the lineup, the true first baseman. D-Lock had been playing a lot of first base the last couple of games. Now back to third, and Luke Keeschel bumped into left field. The wind blowing strong in from center. The flag in right center field blowing hard. 1-1. Strike at the top of the zone. Breaking ball drops in. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's going to be important for Kirkering to establish that slider and give himself a good 2-pitch mix. We've seen his command with the fastball. Can he get that secondary pitch tonight for a guy who's trying to stretch out his arm and become a full-time starter with USF next summer?
Top 1, no score. Orleans in Hyannis, 1-2. Misses high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Romano just came to this Hyannis team. His brother Ryan Romano, his twin brother, who was hitting in the 9 spot, had been with Hyannis since day 1. Nick, a late add. This just game 6 of the summer. 2-2. And a swing and a foul back onto the hill. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Neither Marcano twin for Orleans is in the lineup today, so just 1 set of twins is all we get. Can't ask for it all every day. 2 on, 1 out. Kirkering trying to work out of the jam. 2-2. Breaking ball, tapped towards short. Diving is Locklear, the third baseman to his left, gets to it, to his feet, throws to first, in time. Coming home to score is Clark Elliott from third. Nice play by Tyler Locklear to get Nick Romano. And there's 2 outs with a runner at third base as Hyannis takes a 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
That's a great play by Locklear to his left. Thought for a second, though, that Blackwell, the shortstop, he would be there just in case Locklear wasn't going to get to it on the dive. But he ends up spearing that ball, getting up and making the throw to get Romano, who doesn't run all that fast down the line. And they'll trade the run for out this early.
Right-handed batter Kyle Ball looks at a first pitch inside. On the count, 1 ball and no strikes to him. So the Harbor Hawks draw first blood, leading 1-0. With 2 outs and a runner at third, the inning not over. Kirkring surrendering back-to-back singles to Elliott and Johnson. 1-0, slider misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Then both moved over on a double steal. And Romano will pick up the RBI ground out, RBI number 2 in his 6th game of the summer. Kirkring sets 2-0. Strike at the top of the zone, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kyle Ball out of Stetson on an 8-game hitting streak. But Gareth, in those 8 games, he has not had a multi-hit game. He's just had 1 hit in all 8. Here comes a 2-1. Misses upstairs. 3 balls and a strike to Ball. Ball's only had 1 extra base hit of those 8 hits. That was a double. So while he's getting on base consistently night in, night out, it's a one and done for the most part. 3-1. Ball 4 upstairs and off the inside. A 2-out walk to Kyle Ball puts runners at the corners. And the 6th batter of the top of the first comes up. It's Mitchell Hardigan, as Hyannis looks to tack on to their 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
We'll have to see what Gary Calhoun and Hyannis does with the runners on the corners. Do they try and do a little first and third action and try and bring home Johnson from third here and perhaps double the lead?
First pitch home. Hardigan swings and fouls one straight back off the light post. Right to our left. About 2 inches to our left. And the count, no balls and 1 strike, and a good first pitch strike from Kirkring to Hardigan. Hardigan's been hot. He's hitting .500 in his last 4 games. 0-1 in the dirt. Runner goes from first. Ball is going to get into second on a stand-up stolen base. McNiss had to take care of a slider that was downstairs, and that's the 3rd stolen base of the inning for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. So 2 in scoring position with 2 outs now. Hyannis 1, Orleans nothing, top of the first. And Garrett, this is a must strike. Got to get an out here if you're Orion Kirkring. Cannot allow Hyannis to tack onto the lead. 1-1, rolled foul down the first base line. And the count, a ball and 2 strikes.
And right now for the Firebirds, and with the deficit that they have in this Eastern Division race, every game is a must-win. 10 games left. They have to start with Kirkring tonight.
Kirkring dealing to the 2019 Collegiate Freshman All-American Mitchell Hardigan. 1-2. Downstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and Orion has had to work here in this first inning. Pitch number 25 of the top of the first upcoming. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Hardigan. At third, Johnson at second, Ball. The 2-2. Off the outside, gets away from McNiss. Coming home from third is Johnson, and he slides in safely. A ball that popped out of the glove of catcher Justin McNiss. Dominic Johnson saw an opening, and he's in without a throw, and it's 2-0 Hyannis in the top of the first.
Yeah, that's a mistake there on McNiss. He's got to make that play. He's got to make that catch there. It pops out of his mitt, squirts away from him, and just another free 90 given up by Orleans, which was the big issue from yesterday. Too many free passes.
3-2 to Hardigan. And he swings and grounds one to short. The shortstop Blackwell gloves it at the ankles, throws to first on the move, and in time. 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 left on, and Hyannis has a 2-0 lead through half an inning here at Miss Eldridge. We'll head to the bottom of the first on the Birds Broadcast Network. Orleans in a hole early.
All right, fans, tonight's game is sponsored by Mosquito Mary's. The Cape Cod Baseball League would like to welcome our new sponsor, Mosquito Mary's, a locally owned family-operated business that provides all-natural mosquito and tick control services. Call 866-ASK-MARY or go to MosquitoMarys.com. Mention the Cape Cod Baseball League and get your first treatment for only $29. And tonight's game is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Cape Cod Coca-Cola thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. We offer over 400 different beverage choices on Cape Cod to quench every thirst, and more than 150 of those are low or no-calorie options.
Appreciate it, Gareth. Excellent as always. Let's get you the lineup for the Orleans Firebirds as written down by Kelly Nicholson. It will be Peyton Chatinier to lead things off. In the second spot, Luke Keischel, then Chase DeLotter. Cleaning up, Tyler Locklear. 5'6", Jared McKenzie, Corey Acton. 7'8", is going to be Trey Harmon, Justin McNiss, and Benjamin Blackwell, who just made the final out of the top of the first. So we'll get you now the defense for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, formerly known as the Hyannis Mets. Starting from left to right in the outfield, Mitchell Hardigan, then Clark Elliott, and in right, Dominic Johnson. At third base will be Mason Greer, Kyle Ball. At shortstop, Ryan Romano at second. And at first base, Zane Harris. Putting down the signs for this Hyannis team is Ryan Proto, and he'll be catching Adrian Saravo, the right-handed pitcher out of Weatherford Junior College, making his sixth start of the summer and his second against the Birds. He had his best outing of 2021 here on the Cape. Last time out against Orleans, 6 innings of work, 5 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, with a big number is a 0 on the board in earned runs. Sarabo did not relinquish a single run in his 6 innings of work, and he will look to do the same against this Firebirds team.
Yeah, what you're going to see from Sarabo, he's a right-hander that'll come over the top arm slot. This fastball has pretty good velocity. He'll run 92, 93. You'll get a couple 94, 95s in there with a slider and a changeup. Likes to work mostly fastball slider to right-handed hitters and then fastball changeup to left-handed hitters. So he's a 3-pitch guy, and right now he's trying to build off his success against a lineup that he's very familiar with. And right now a Hyannis team that has its confidence has certainly increased over the past week. They've been playing their best baseball of the season.
A team that was down 18-3 yesterday and has a 2-0 lead here early. That's got to feel good for Hyannis. Can Orleans punch back? Bottom of the second inning, it will be Peyton Chatinier, the right-handed batter out of Old Miss, to lead things off. In the bottom of the first inning, a windy, overcast day here at Miss Eldridge, and Orleans looking for a win. First pitch home. Chatinier takes one upstairs, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, while Saravo was dealing, Peyton Chatinier did have himself, he didn't play last time against Hyannis. 1-0. And he swings and slices one foul. It was the first time this summer, the only time this summer, Chatinier did not play against the Harbor Hawks. Against any team, for that matter. In his first game against Hyannis, he was 2 for 4 with a home run and an RBI. Wind blown in, 1 ball, 1 strike the count. The pitch to Chatinier. And he takes a ball that misses inside. 2 balls and a strike. Peyton trying to get aboard after Hyannis has jumped ahead 2-0. Just getting going, bottom of the first, 2-1. And that gets Chatinier on the left shoulder. As he turns his back, he'll take the base and a bruise. And there's 1 on to open up the top of the first. And for the Firebirds, a much-needed base runner. As up comes Luke Keischel. Keischel, who's been terrific with Orleans. And his last 5 games hitting .565. 13 for 23. Right-handed batter looks on with Chatinier leading at first. Saravo sets, deals. Keischel takes a strike upstairs. No balls and 1 strike to him. Keischel was 2 for 3 last time out against Hyannis. Taps the plate twice. Adjusts the belt. Spins his back in a circle and eyes Saravo with his jersey flapping in the wind. 0-1. And a swing and a sharply hit ground ball right at the second baseman Romano. He flips to second for 1. Ball's turned to first in time. 4-6-3. A 2-for-1 deal for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. And the leadoff base runner goes to waste as out comes Chase DeLotter.
I mean, tough luck for Keischel because he hit that ball real hard, but he got a friendly hop to the second baseman, Romano, a big hop. And Kiesel is gone, as well as Chanier, and the base paths are cleared.
So in stands Chase DeLauder, part of this big 3-4 punch from Orleans. As he swings at the first pitch, misses everything in the count, no balls and 1 strike. DeLauder and Tyler Locklear leading the Cape in home runs, 8 apiece. And they hit in succession. The 0-1 misses up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Both these two hitters had home runs yesterday. Chase went opposite in the bottom of the 9th, the 1-1 in the dirt. And the count, 2 balls and a strike. And Tyler Locklear was able to squeak one over the right field fence. He also with an opposite field home run for his 8th. That came in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Saravo spits, turns to his right, shakes off 2 signs, agrees with the 3rd, the 2-1. And a swing and a line drive into right field. That's going to drop and roll all the way to the wall. DeLauder turning around first. He's headed for second, and he's in there standing. A 2-out double for Chase DeLauder. And up comes Tyler Locklear with a runner in scoring position, and Orleans a chance to get on the board in the bottom of the 1st.
Well, DeLauder gets a high fastball, and Chase is a guy that loves high fastballs. 107 mile an hour exit velocity, according to our stat guy, Jackson Thomas. And when he doesn't get too many high fastballs these days, the scouting report now for most of these opposing pitchers try to pitch him away and with breaking balls, but that time Saravo elevates a heater, and DeLauder didn't miss it.
107, a frozen rope line drive to right, as in stands the right-handed batter Tyler Locklear. DeLauder takes his 5-step lead at second, the first pitch home. And Locklear bounces one to third on the second hop. It goes underneath the glove of the third baseman Greer and down the left field line. DeLauder's going to come home and score. Locklear's into second. Back-to-back 2-out doubles. And the Firebirds are on the board. It's 2-1 Hyannis in the bottom of the 1st. The Bash Bros getting it done once again.
The Bash Bros, the Bash Birds, whatever you want to call them, they've been getting the job done these last several games for the Firebirds, and just not a special play whatsoever. Locklear rolling that ground ball, but that's a tough short hop play for the third baseman Greer. He's unable to get it, and the Firebirds, although it seems like they have given that now an error on Greer, but nevertheless, they'll take it. It's 2-1 now.
Left-handed batter Jared McKenzie looks on. Saravo relinquishes a run to Orleans, something he didn't do at Hyannis in 6 innings of work. First pitch home. Strike at the top of the zone. No balls and 1 strike. And we've seen throughout this season, Pat Gallagher's a guy to come to mind at YD. Firebirds, each time they see a starting pitcher, the second time it seems like the offense is starting to figure out what a guy throws and get more comfortable in the box. 0-1 to McKenzie. And he waves, and it's no balls and 2 strikes to the sophomore out of Baylor.
Good changeup by Saravo. That's about a 12 to 13 mile an hour difference between his fastball and his changeup. 93, 94, and that changeup right there at 82.
Locklear at second. Orleans trailing Hyannis 2-1 in the bottom of the 1st. Early offense from both these teams here on a cloudy day at Eldridge Park. 0-2. And a swing and a miss, and down goes Jared McKenzie. First strikeout for Saravo, but not before the Firebirds bring home a run. A double by DeLauder, and then Locklear grounds one down the left field line, marked an error by the third baseman Greer, and it is a 2-1 Hyannis lead over Orleans. We'll head to the 2nd inning here on the Birds Broadcast Network.
All right, fans, tonight's Orleans Firebirds Alumni Spotlight. We are highlighting David Fletcher, a 2014 Firebird from Loyola Marymount University, and a 6th round selection by the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in 2015. Fletcher was one of the leading hitters for Orleans in 2014. He hit .299 with 17 runs batted in, and here in 2021, he is coming off a career year, currently hitting .312, with 2 home runs and 38 runs batted in. And as a matter of fact, Carlo, he had a 26-game hitting streak. It got snapped this past week, but still a very impressive 26-game hitting streak, almost hunting down that Joe DiMaggio 56-game hitting streak that nobody else can seemingly reach and topple, and I think that will never be toppled ever, but still, nevertheless, 26 games, very impressive from the Angels' second baseman. That's your Orleans Firebirds alumni spotlight. 2014 Firebird, David Fletcher out of LMU.
David Fletcher out of LMU. It must have been Kelly Nicholson's dream. Coming from his alma mater and balling out here on the Cape. I mean, I don't know if it gets much better than that. 2-1, Hyannis leads Orleans. We'll head to the top of the second, and it's the bottom of the lineup. Ryan Proto, the 7-hole hitter, right-handed batter, looks towards Orion Kirkering. First pitch, misses away. 1 ball and no strikes. Arbor Hawks with 2 hits and 2 runs in the top of the first. Orleans with 1 hit and 1 run in the bottom of the first. The 1-0. Big breaking balls. Finds the outside edge for strike 1. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Proto had a 5-game hit streak come to an end his last time out. 1-1. And he swings and grounds one right back towards the pitcher, Kirkering. He gloves it on the second hop. Throw to first is low, and a nice play by the first baseman, Trey Harmon. That one a little harder than I think Harmon thought it would be. He had to drop to a knee, slide to his right. But nonetheless, it's an out. And down goes Proto.
Yeah, Ryan Kirkering just threw a 96-mile-an-hour fastball to Trey Harmon on the outside corner there. Good play by Trey to react. That's always what you got to be when a first baseman, when you're fielding a throw from a pitcher. You just never know where that ball's going to go. And Trey was ready for it.
Left-handed batter Mason Greer looks on, swings at the first pitch, grounds it down the first base line, and it's to the right of the chalk. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Greer heading to Missouri State from McLean College, where he won the JUCO World Series. He is a champion. First time in 37 years for McLean. Base is empty, 1 out, top 2. Hyannis 2, Orleans 1, 0-1. And another foul down the right field line. And Kirkering ahead in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. And Gareth, he's starting to settle in.
Yeah, right now that fastball still in the mid-90s and with a slider as well. And if he can continue to find that command and just improve from that first inning where Hyannis put up 2, it should set up Orleans nicely moving forward.
Kirkering, a 27 pitch, top of the first inning. The 0-2 skips away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Orleans trying to win the season series. 1-2, check swing, did he go? Check down to first, a tag. And no, says third base umpire Mark Delaney. Boy, the dramatics there. Ball was in the dirt. McNiss picked it up slowly. Orleans dug out yelling tag. McNiss goes to tag, and then we all wait for Delaney. And he says that Greer was able to hold up. 1 out, nobody on. Top 2, the 2-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball misses downstairs. Greer has struggled this summer for this Hyannis team, hitting just 113. 3-2, and he swings and fouls one straight back. The count remains full, and 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Kelly Nicholson continuing to stare down third base umpire Mark Delaney. Very close call on that prior check swing. Looked like from our angle, although it's not a great angle, that he went around.
3-2. And a swing and a line drive into the gap into right center field. The Lotter coming in, and he's not going to get there. The 8th hit of the summer for Mason Greer. And it's a 1-out single, blooped into right center. And Hyannis with 1 on and 1 out in the top of the second.
So they don't get the call on the check swing on 2 strikes. It looked like that Greer went around. Mark Delaney didn't think so, and then it results in a RBI single, or not an RBI single, but a 1-out single. That's a play to keep an eye out for him.
Ryan Romano takes the ball in the dirt, and it gets away from Mickness, rolls over towards the on-deck circle of Hyannis, and another free 90 feet. Mason Greer moves up into scoring position. And Gareth, it just seems like Orleans' sloppy baseball, which is not a trait of past Kelly Nicholson teams, continues here at home.
Yeah, that's a couple of miscues on Mickness. The pass ball that let Johnson score from third, and then you get a pitch that seemed like he could control and block him in front of him, but that one squirts past him off to the left.
1-0. And a swing and a ground ball towards Blackwell at short. He takes it on the third hop, stumbles with it, picks it up off the dirt. Throw to first is in the dirt. And that's the first error of the game on Orleans. And another free base runner, a present to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. As Greer goes to third and Romano reaches, and up comes the top of the lineup, the most dangerous hitter for Hyannis in Clark Elliott.
It's the little things, Carlo, that we talked about and that we've been continuing to talk about. And that's a play that Blackwell knows he probably should have made, but he doesn't corral the hop, and the throw is low. Luckily didn't get past Harmon, but now Hyannis with a chance to extend this lead.
First pitch to the lefty, and takes the ball away. 1 ball and no strikes. Top 2. At third, Mason Greer. At first, Ryan Romano. Hyannis 2, Orleans 1. And the Harbor Hawks looking to down the Firebirds for the second time this summer. 1-0, runner goes. The ball is downstairs. The throw on to second. Not in time. Romano steals second base. It was a good throw from Justin Mickness. And Romano sliding to the outside of the bag, able to avoid the sweeping tag by Benjamin Blackwell. That's stolen base number 4. And up, and there's runners in scoring position and 1 out.
Yeah, and Kelly Nicholson's going to let the infield play back here.
2-0 off the outside. And the count 3 balls and no strikes.
And the problem with that, it was a good throw by Mickness, as you said, but it was a little bit low. Blackwell had to go scoop that out and try and tag him. And because he had to come back to grab the ball and then try and tag him, that little extra second and a half, you could say, allows Romano to just get his foot in there. A very close play, like, as you said, as it looks like now they're going to intentionally walk Clark Elliott here and load up the bases.
So Elliott jogs down to first. And out comes Matt Troop. A moment, dangerous one for Orleans, as the Firebirds are playing with fire. The bases loaded, 1 out for Dominic Johnson, who singled his last time up, came around to score on a wild pitch from Orion Kirkering. Hyannis does not have an extra base hit today. In fact, they have 5 base runners and just 3 singles. So Kirkering digs back in. Overcast skies, wind blowing in, and a high-pressure situation early at Miss Eldridge. Hyannis 2, Orleans 1, 1 out, top of the second. Right-handed batter Johnson taps the plate a couple of times as he eyes Kirkering. Greer at third, Romano at second, Elliott at first, and time is called. Kirkering, right arm dangling by his side. He comes set at the belt. First pitch home. And a swing and a pop-up straight back over the top of the fence and onto the hill. So drops for a souvenir. A young boy in a bright blue jacket picks it up on the bare hand. Nice play for him. He'll take that home. And the count, no balls and 1 strike to Johnson. Kirkering trying to keep this a 1-run game. He needs a big out here with 1 out and the bases full. 0-1. Swing and a miss. High fastball pumped in at 92. Johnson chases. And he's in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Dominic Johnson coming into this game hitting .370 this past week. He's a .241 hitter on the summer. He has been hot. 0-2. And he swings and grounds one to Blackwell at short. He gloves it from a knee, goes to second for one. The turn to first, not in time. Coming home from third is Mason Greer. Firebirds unable to turn two. And Dominic Johnson will be credited with the RBI. It is now 3-1 Hyannis in the top of the second. On to third on the play goes Ryan Romano. And up comes Zane Harris.
Yeah, that ball hit a little bit too slowly, and it was going to have to be a very quick turn and almost a flawless turn from the middle infielders, and it was a good turn but not quick enough for a guy who runs well like Johnson, and Hyannis has made it back to a 2-run lead.
So runs in back-to-back innings off Kirkering. It's now 3-1 with 2 outs. Runners to the corners, and it's a left-handed batter, Zane Harris. First pitch home, misses away. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Johnson at first stole a base on the double steal back in the first. So he's already got 1 stolen base today. For number 6, that's his 5th of the summer. Romano 90 feet away at third with Johnson at first, 1 out. Low and away as McNiss stares down back to first base. Johnson jogs back to the back. They count 2 balls and no strikes. Hyannis with a 3-1 lead. Looking to win their 2nd of the summer against Orleans. Firebirds trying to avoid a 3-game losing streak. Throw down to first. Johnson back with a head first slide. Final game of the summer between these two teams. And what feels like, Gareth, with the window closing, every game now a must-win for Orleans. Another throw to first, another head first slide from Johnson, who continues to dirty up those Hyannis uniforms with the white pinstripe pants, the blue tops, and the orange Hyannis across the chest. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Pitch home. And the 2-0 misses low. 3 balls and no strikes to Zane Harris. The bullpen for Orleans is quiet. This is Orion Kirkering's inning. 3-1. Hyannis leads Orleans. Looking for more. The 3-0. Ball 4 away. A 4-pitch walk to Zane Harris. And the bases are loaded up again. As up comes the cleanup man, Ryan Romano, who had the first RBI of the game back in the first inning. His twin brother, Ryan Romano, just 90 feet to his left at third. At second, Dominic Johnson. At first, Zane Harris. Righty on righty. Kirkering deals home. And a swing and a miss. A great slider off the outside. Romano down in the hole, no balls and 1 strike. Kirkering sets. Overcast skies, the lights starting to turn on. This game's supposed to start at 5:30. 0-1. The ball tapped foul. The count, no balls and 2 strikes. Because of the rain that we had earlier today, Orleans delayed the game an hour. A 6:30 start instead on this Sunday night. With the last game to start on the Cape. And Hyannis, after that 16-run game yesterday, a game in which they lost. Already 3 runs on the board through an inning and 2/3. 0-2 off the outside. McNiss stabbing it, moving to his right. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes to the cleanup hitter, Nick Romano.
Already going to be pitch number 54 coming up for Orion Kirkering. He has really had to work, and he may not go as long as Kelly Nicholson had hoped tonight.
27 in the first inning, 1-2. And the 27th pitch of the second inning is a swing and a miss, but a foul tip. Check that, it's a strikeout. Down goes Romano swinging. He did not get a piece, and that will do it. 2 27-pitch innings for Orion Kirkering. 1 hit, 3 left on, 1 run comes home, and it's a 3-1 Hyannis lead after the top of the second inning. We'll head to the bottom of the inning here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Firebirds down 2 here at Eldridge Park.
Hi, I'm Steve Anzoni, owner of Fairway Financial and Cape Cod's Retirement Income Specialist. If you want to hit a home run with your retirement income plan, schedule a time to meet with me today.
Get more details at fairwayfinancial.net. That's fairwayfinancial.net.
Welcome back to the Birds Broadcast Network. Thanks for spending your Sunday night with us. Carlo Hyannis alongside my roommate Gareth Kwok as we begin the bottom of the second inning. Corey Acton, Trey Harmon, Justin Mickness, 6-7-8 for Orleans. Hyannis with the 3-1 lead, bottom of the second inning, as the Firebirds find themselves down early, looking for a bounce-back win after falling to Wareham 6-4 yesterday. Left-handed batter, Acton looks towards the right-handed pitcher, Saravo. And the first pitch misses up and away as it takes a bounce right back towards us, just to the left of home plate. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Now, I've been thinking about this earlier. If we had to pay for these seats, these would be very expensive.
They would.
1-0. Pumped in for a strike at 92. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I mean, how much are you willing to pay is the question.
I don't pay.
You don't pay?
1-1. And a swing and a line drive into left center field. Drops for a base hit. Corey Acton a leadoff knock. Second straight inning. The Firebirds have the leadoff man aboard. And a good start to the bottom of the second as up comes Trey Harmon. Well, I don't pay for where I'm sitting when I come to the door. I might pay in other ways, whether that's housing, gas.
Okay.
But I don't pay for where I sit. Do you?
No, I mean, I'm just saying you said the tickets would be expensive. So, I mean, like, if we had to pay for these tickets, how much are you paying? How much are you willing to pay?
That's what you're asking.
Yes.
Yes. These tickets are priceless.
Okay.
First pitch to the right-handed batter, Trey Harmon. And he swings and misses at a ball in the third. No balls and 1 strike to him.
Are you paying like $50 for these types of seats? Did you pay 75?
I'd pay 50.
Okay. No more, no less? Well, I mean, obviously less, but no more, I guess.
No.
Okay, all right.
I think that'd be my cap.
All right.
The 0-1 to Harmon. And he swings and golfs one down the left field line and into foul territory. Over under Route 28. I mean, it's the Cape, though, so you don't have to pay. That's the beauty.
That is the beauty of it. I'm just glad that I'm just interested that you realized it just now. Game number 27 in. A week and a half until we're done.
Just never thought about how great our seats are. You know, we are in primo seats. Acton with his lead at first, arms swaying back and forth. The 0-2. And a big swing and a miss. Trey Harmon strikes out. Second strikeout for Adam Saravo. And after the leadoff single, Harmon down swinging. And up comes Justin Mickness. Left-handed batter who's had himself a nice couple of games for the Firebirds. Mickness came in to pinch hit last night against Wareham, took a walk. And in his last 4 games, he's 5 for 13. With a double and an RBI. Acton leads at first, 1 out, and a throw back to first, and Acton back on his feet. Hyannis 3, Orleans 1. Here in the bottom of the second inning. Overcast skies, wind blowing in, but it is warm out, about 70 degrees. We're hovering around. Saravo's time is called, and Saravo lobs one in. Saravo, when he works out of the stretch, Gareth, he kind of turns his head back and forth as if he's stretching it out. Makes half circles up and down. I don't know if he's trying to peek on Acton or just part of his routine. He'll look down towards the dirt. Oh, quick pitch. And it's in the dirt, and it gets away from the catcher, Proto, and on to second goes Corey Acton. Well, now I know why he does the next stretch. Tried to catch the batter off guard, and he caught me off guard.
Yeah, I want to say he did try that a couple times. Not often, but he did try it on Monday when last time Orleans faced Hyannis at McKeon Park. So he does like to mix up his timing. We haven't seen too many guys do a little, shimmy or quick pitch like Johnny Cueto does for the San Francisco Giants, but it is a tactic, and Saravo is trying to use it maybe throughout the rest of this game.
Acton with a large lead at second. The 1-0. Mickness watches a breaking ball miss upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Hyannis 3, Orleans 1. Bottom of the second inning. Final matchup between these two teams of the summer. And Justin Mickness represents the tying run. The Birdman gives his Go Birds call. And Saravo deals home. And the 2-0 is on the outside for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to Mickness. Adrian Saravo, a Cape League All-Star. One of 3 All-Stars for this Hyannis team, along with Clark Elliott and Jonas Scalero. Here comes a 2-1. In the dirt, blocked nicely by Proto as he moves to his left, keeps it in front of him. 3 balls and a strike to the catcher from Kent State. Mickness has got one of the better eyes on this team, 12 walks. Really big into visualizations as he gets a lot from Jay Banfield and the mind-up exercises the Firebirds do before every game. Interested in that. Noah Searson has a great piece on it. Acton leads at second. Here comes a 3-1. Downstairs, Justin Mickness will take a free base as he jogs down to first. A nice at-bat against Adrian Saravo. And the tying runs are on the base paths as up comes the go-ahead run, Benjamin Blackwell. And we're going to have a mound visit here for Hyannis. Saravo struggling against Orleans, something he did not do last time. 6 innings of work, did not give up a single run, and walked just 1 batter. But it has been a different story today.
Yeah, pitching coach Ray Korn's going to come out and have a quick word with Adrian Saravo, try and calm him down here.
You mentioned that funky delivery he has where he moves to his left, moves to his right, and then starts to deal home. Oftentimes looking to quick pitch. Cueto with the Giants, who won today. If you're keeping home, if you're a Pirates fan, sorry to spoil that for you. 6-1 over the Pirates. At second, leads Corey Acton. At first, Justin Mickness. They are the tying runs. Hyannis with a 3-1 lead over Orleans. And what has been a game filled with base runners to start. Benjamin Blackwell heading to Clemson next year. Looks on, right-handed batter, the pitch. Blackwell shows bunt, pulls it back. The ball rolls away from Proto off to his right, but he is able to keep it in front of him. Everyone stays where they are. In the count, 1 ball and no strikes to Blackwell. Ben will be attending grad school at Clemson and studying sports leadership. Here in the 9-hole, trying to bring his team an inch closer. 1-0. Misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Blackwell with a hit in his last start against Bourne. A bunt hit. Ended at 0 for 12 cold streak. Acton singled. He's at first. Mickness walked. Acton singled. He's at second. Mickness walked. He's at first. 1 out. Bottom 2. Hyannis 3, Orleans 1. 2-0. And Blackwell slices one foul past the light pole down the right field line and into the sea of foldable lawn chairs. And the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Benjamin Blackwell, who recently this week picked up a fresh haircut. Him and David Marcano going together. Two on, one out. Hyannis 3, Orleans 1. Here comes the 2-1. Way upstairs. Proto does a nice job of getting to that baseball. Reaches his arm up and snares it out of the air. And they count 3 balls and 1 strike to Benjamin Blackwell. An opportunity to load the bases for Orleans with the leadoff hitter Peyton Chatinier patiently waiting his turn on deck. Acton with a 5-step lead at first. Mickness takes 2 more steps to his right. Here comes a 3-1. Strike down the pipe. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Benjamin Blackwell. Hyannis 2 runs in the top of the first. Orleans responded with a run in the bottom of the inning, thanks to the Bash Bros of DeLauder and Locklear. And then Harbor Hawks added to the 2-1 lead with a run in the top of the second. Corey Acton at second, Mickness at first. The tying runs. The 3-2 to Benjamin Blackwell, the right-handed batter. No, Saravo steps off. The lights are on. The wind has quieted. It was blowing strong from center field earlier in the game. Saravo takes 2 looks at second, 3-2. Blackwell takes high. Benjamin Blackwell with a nice take to load the bases. And the Firebirds have the tying and go-ahead runs aboard. As in stands Peyton Chatinier. The second walk of the game administered by Adrian Saravo. And his second in a row. Chatinier, who's hitting .353 on the summer with runners on base, tosses some dirt away with his foot and steps into the box. A right-handed batter to face the righty Saravo. Acton at third, Mickness at second, Blackwell at first. And the bottom of the lineup loads the bases for the top. First pitch home. Chatinier takes away. Slider misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Firebirds with an opportunity, trailing Hyannis 3-1. And Peyton Chatinier looking for a big hit. 11 RBIs on the summer for him. Saravo's 1-0. And Chatinier swings and skies one down the left field line over towards the corner. Hardigan moving over towards the wall. He reaches up, makes the catch as he crashes into the wall. Coming home to score is Corey Acton from third. A sacrifice fly from Peyton Chatinier, just a couple feet short of getting out of here. And it's a 3-2 Hyannis lead. The Firebirds cut the lead in half in the bottom of the second inning.
It's a good at-bat by Chatinier to get that fly ball deep enough to left field. Almost had a chance to get out for a grand slam, but they'll take the run, and now an opportunity for the hottest hitter in the lineup, Luke Keischel, to potentially tie this game.
Keischel grounded into a double play his first time up. The tying run is Mickness at second. The go-ahead is Blackwell at first. First pitch home. Keischel takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Luke grounded into a 4-6-3 double play in his first at-bat of the night. The season series on the line between Hyannis and Orleans, the final matchup between these two teams. And for the 4th straight half inning, we have offense at Eldridge Park. 1-0. Breaking ball in there for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Keischel. Acton came home on a sacrifice fly from Peyton Chatinier. He picked up RBI number 12. And was about 5 feet away from a grand slam. Saravo's 1-1. And a swing and a grounder into left field, a base hit. Rounding third, coming home is Mickness. He will score standing. Blackwell's into third, and it's an RBI single for Luke Keishel. We are even at 3 in the bottom of the second. Mickness on his horse comes home on the soft ground ball to left that just gets in between Greer, the third baseman, and Ball, the shortstop. And up comes Chase DeLauder with a go-ahead run 90 feet away with 2 outs.
Well, just about to mention a guy like Sarava who loves to throw sliders, and Luke Keishel, who we've seen so far this summer, he loves to face guys who throw sliders that start in and then veer back into the middle of the zone. That's what he got, and he laces it into left field for a base hit, and then we got ourselves a tie ball game.
Win stands the left-handed bat of Chase DeLauder. Saravo's first pitch to him. Strike on the outside. No balls and 1 strike. DeLauder hammered a baseball his last time up. 107 off the end of the bat. Into right field for a double. He would come around to score. It was the first run of the game for Orleans back in the bottom of the first. Blackwell at third. Keishel at first. Here comes an 0-1. And DeLauder swings and sends one in the air into left field. This will hang up there for the left fielder, Hardigan. He jogs back, reaches up, and makes the catch, and that will do it. 2 runs come in for Orleans on 2 hits, and 2 are left stranded. And the Firebirds have tied this game up. It's 3-3 through 2 at Eldridge Park. Let's go to our sideline reporter, Noah Susan. Noah?
Yeah, appreciate it, Carlo. So Firebirds grab a couple runs right there, headed back out to the field, and the guy in the mound will still be Orion Kirkering, making his second start today. And when I talked to pitching coach Matthew Troop about, what Orion wanted to work on coming into this one, he said that he actually looked good in his first start. He looked very comfortable out there through 5 innings, only 59 pitches, and almost threw strikes to a fault. Now, that's not something you see so often, but Troop said he was pounding the strike zone so much that there are a couple times on those 0-2 counts where the other team hammered the ball. So today, he wanted to mix in that changeup more. Something that they saw on film was getting a lot of missed bats on that one. And then also, not necessarily waste pitches, doesn't like to use that term, but kind of work around the strike zone a little bit more and not groove it as much. And when I talked to Orion, he said, I've been starting since high school. I may not have done it at South Florida, but it's a position I definitely like to succeed in. And he told me that he actually prefers it knowing when you're going to start knowing the routine, kind of rather than having the unknown in the bullpen. So even though Orion is new, at least in Orleans, to starting, he's finding some early on success and will definitely be a contender for that South Florida rotation, guys.
Thanks so much for the insight, Noah. Appreciate it as always. Orion Kirkering back on the mound to open up the top of the third inning as unstands the right-handed batter Kyle Ball. 3-3 game, Orleans and Hyannis. First pitch misses away. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. It'll be Ball, Hardigan, and Proto. 5, 6, 7 for the Harbor Hawks. Kirkering's 1-0. Downstairs again. 2 balls and no strikes. Ball walked back in the first inning. Stole second. Reached third on a pass ball, but was stranded. 2-0 from Kirkering. Strike paints the outside edge in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kyle Ball, a Stetson Hatter. Another Stetson Hatter at first. And Trey Harmon, 2-1. And a ground ball right back towards the pitcher, Kirkering. He takes it on the second hop. Underhand flips to Trey Harmon. And there's 1 away. So Ball is retired. Second straight inning, the first out of the inning, is a ground out back to Orion Kirkering. And in stands the left-handed batter, Mitchell Hardigan. 3-3 game, top 3. Here at Eldridge Park, 1 out and the base is empty. Orleans and Hyannis going at it. First pitch home. Strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike to Hardigan. Hardigan grounded to shortstop his last time up to close the first inning. Here's the 0-1. In the dirt before it hits the glove of Justin Mickness. And looks like that one got a piece of home plate umpire Louis DeLuis. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. DeLuis walking back and forth. Hopefully he's all right. That's got to be one of the best umpire names on the Cape. Louis De Louis.
We got Ronaldo Cockrum, Louis De Louis.
Sparky Burns.
Spiky Burns. Yep.
Some good ones for sure. 1-1. Swing and a miss. And a ball and 2 strikes to Hardigan.
Got some good names on the Cape League, too. Just in general. Alaska Abney. There's one of them. Hambleton Oliver.
Got to come up with an all-names team.
Yeah, I know.
1-2. And a swing and a ball up the middle into center field. Sharply hit ground ball from Mitchell Hardigan. A 1-out knock. His first of the night. And in stands Ryan Proto. The umpires take the cake, though, today. Not many terrific names out here. Don't want to say anybody's name isn't great. They're all great, but talking about the ones that stand out a little bit.
Well, they're fun. They're fun to say, right?
Oh, of course. I don't want to dox anybody's name.
No, of course.
But Louis De Louis is. That takes the cake. Right-handed batter Ryan Proto looks on. Throw back to first. Back with a head-first slide is Mitchell Hardigan. Proto out of UMass Lowell. Was on a 5-game hitting streak before yesterday's contest against Katuitt as the pitch misses low and away to Justin Mickness as it goes past him and back to the Firebirds on deck circle. And on to second goes Mitchell Hardigan. Another wild pitch by Orion Kirkering. So another runner in scoring position, the 3rd straight inning. And Hyannis now with a go-ahead run at second base. 1 ball and no strikes to Proto as some mist starts to drop. And a swing and a foul back to the fence. There was rain earlier today. We were supposed to start at 5:30. That was pushed to 6:30. The field was covered with quick dry. I mean, I think they bought out every store on the Cape. Firebirds went to work here at around 4 o'clock. Had the whole team moving around the quick dry. 1-1. Skips in the dirt. Back towards Justin Mickness in the count. 2 balls and a strike. And you can see that areas where they put it pretty heavily. Over towards shortstop by Benjamin Blackwell. At first base or by Trey Harmon. And then, of course, around home plate. It's pretty much a different color than the dirt on the edges towards the grass. A lighter brown. Hardigan at second. 2-1. Strike 2. Paints the edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And they did not take BP or infield outfield today. They spent all that time mostly just trying to touch up the field with quick dry, as you mentioned, and raking it out and smoothing it out. So they're coming in fresh here with no BP and no infield outfield.
2-2. Swing and a miss. A big swing from Proto as he runs down to first. The ball was in the dirt, and Mickness sends one that way. 3rd strikeout for Orion Kirkering. And the 2nd out of the top of the 3rd. As in stands Mason Greer, who singled and scored his last time up with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. A misty day, overcast skies. Wind blowing slightly in as the lights continue to brighten on this Sunday night at Eldridge Park. First pitch to the lefty. He takes a ball away. 1 ball and no strikes. Greer picked up hit number 7 of the summer for him as he roped one into right center field. Kirkering looks at second. 1-out. Breaking ball. Off the outside again. 2 balls and no strikes. Hardigan singled to reach second on a wild pitch. He takes his lead. Firebirds trying to work back towards 500. Currently sit at 10, 12, and 4. 2-0. Up high. 3 balls and no strikes. And for Kelly Nicholson, unfortunately, what is becoming familiar territory, being below 500. The Firebirds end below 500 this year. This would be 3 of the last 5 years. Kelly's teams have finished 3-0. Strike 1. Downstairs, and the count 3 balls and a strike. In the previous 10 years, before these last 5, though, Nicholson did not have a losing season. It has only been as of late. And you got to imagine, Gareth, part of that's due to how fluid the league has been. 3-1, swinging a foul down the left field line. Chasing over there, the third baseman, Locklear, and he's going to watch it land out of play. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We listen around the league, guys like Tom Holliday, the manager not far from here at Chatham. They're sharing their frustration with the draft in the middle of the league. And Team USA, it's so hard to find somebody who's going to be here longer than 2 weeks. We've noticed that. I mean, some teams we've prepared for, Katuitt comes to mind. It's 2 different teams from the first time you played them. 3-2 to Greer. Strike 3 on the outside. This is Louis DeLuis. Back-to-back strikeouts to close the 3rd and the 4th of the night for Orion Kirkering. We will head to the bottom of the 3rd inning here at Orleans. The Hyannis Harborhawks and the Orleans Firebirds even at 3. 1 hit, 1 left on. No runs come across here at Eldridge.
All right, fans, time to do our first Around the Cape League score update here on this Sunday night. And let's first start off from Brewster at Stony Brook Field. The YD Red Sox taking on the Brewster Whitecaps, and it is a good one. Top of the 8th, it's a 4-4 tie between YD and Brewster, and we'll continue to update you the score on that one as the game progresses on. Meanwhile, from Arnie Allen Diamond in Falmouth, the Chatham Anglers and the Falmouth Commodores. The Commodores leading 4-3 as they are in the bottom of the 4th. From Doran Park, great matchup here between 2 of the best teams right now in the league. The Harwich Mariners versus the Bourne Braves. And right now it's the Mariners who lead 4-0 over the Braves of Bourne. They are in the top of the 5th. Still plenty of ball game left to be played there. And last but not least, from Spillane Field at Wareham, the Katuitt Gedaliers taking on the Wareham Gatemen in a race for that 2nd spot in the West. And as right now, Wareham, who have a 1-0 lead over Katuitt, they are in the top of the 4th. But that's your Around the Cape League score update. And we'll continue to update you, especially with those Eastern Division teams, especially YD and Brewster, and Harwich and Bourne.
Appreciate it, Gareth. Always doing a great job of giving us the update around the league. Some good ones today, too. YD and Brewster, Harwich and Bourne. There's been some good games going on right now.
Yeah, that Harwich-Bourne game, on paper, definitely the best game tonight. But right now, if you're an Orleans fan, you're hoping Bourne is able to pull out that victory. They're down 4. There's still half a game left. And we'll send it back to Carlo Jimenez here in the bottom of the 3rd.
For the first time tonight, the Firebirds enter an inning not trailing. It's the right-handed batter, Tyler Locklear, first pitch home. And he swings and fouls one over the top of the Firebirds dugout. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. A 3-3 game between Hyannis and Orleans. The Harborhawks put a goose egg up in the top of the 3rd, the first time they haven't scored today. 0-1. Locklear looks at a ball away. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike to the Cape leader in home runs, tied with his teammate and good buddy, might I mention, Chase DeLauder, who hits in the 3-hole. Locklear in the 4 spot, 1-1. Strike 2, catches the outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Locklear on a 4-game hitting streak in which he is hitting .300. 3 home runs, 4 RBIs in that streak. Saravo peeks over the top of the glove. He steps off. Second go around for Orleans against Adrian Saravo, and round 2 has been a little different. 1-2, and Locklear fights off a fastball low as he sends it onto the hill, and the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. First time these two teams faced off with Saravo on the mound, he went 6 innings of scoreless baseball. Firebirds with already 3 on the board in the bottom of the 3rd. 1-2 down the hill. Strike 3 at the knees. Louis DeLuis rings up Tyler Locklear. 3rd strikeout for Saravo. Locklear is down looking. And Jared McKenzie, who was the first strikeout victim of the night, digs in with the bases empty and 1 away. McKenzie just 2 for his last 18 in his last 7 games. Does have 3 walks. He's trying to work out of a slump. First pitch to the left-handed batter. Shows bunt, bunts it down the third base line. It's a good bunt, and it rolls. Foul. Picked up by Adrian Saravo. Boy, that ball was parallel to the line. Third baseman Greer let it roll, and it just squeaked to the left of the chalk. And almost a perfect bunt from Jared McKenzie. And instead, no balls and one strike to count to him.
I mean, as you said, almost a perfect bunt laid down by McKenzie. And Greer took a chance to see if that one would roll foul. And at the very last second, it did. And Saravo smart enough to pick it up.
So McKenzie digs back in. The mist is picked up a little bit here at Orleans. Starting to get slick out there. It's like a light drizzle, maybe. 0-1. And a swing and a drive into right center field. That's going to drop for a base hit. A one-out knock for Jared McKenzie as he picks up a single. And there's one on with one out. The go-ahead run is on the base paths for Corey Acton. A nice piece of hitting by Jared McKenzie. And Acton, who's hitting .265 and singled and scored back in the second, digs in. Another left-handed batter against Saravo. Saravo looks in towards Acton. Right arm dangling by his side. He sets at the belt. Deals home. That ball misses way inside. They count 1 ball and no strikes. Saravo this summer for Hyannis. Righties hitting 115. Lefties, though, hitting 333 against him. So left-handed batters have found more success. 1-0 to Acton. This is away. 2 balls and no strikes. And that same trend has continued today. If you look at the lefties up and down the lineup, DeLotter a double, McKenzie with a single. He's 1 for 2. And Acton with a single. And Mickness took a walk. So all of the lefties today have reached against the starting pitcher for Hyannis. Here comes a 2-0. And Acton taps one back to the backstop, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Corey Acton, the former Mariner, got to chat with Gareth Kwok yesterday and said showed up here in Orleans and just felt really welcomed by the guys. He was sent home to Fort Lauderdale from Harwich, and he spent all of 5 hours relaxing. Throw back to first, back with a head first slide is McKenzie. You can check out the interview with Gareth on our Twitter, but essentially Acton talked about that he was going to chill. He was just going to hang out for the summer. Transferring to a new school in Georgia, wanted to relax. Got a call from Kelly Nicholson, and the next morning was on a flight back to the Cape. Life comes at you fast. 2-1, there goes the runner. It's downstairs. The throw from Proto skips in, and not in time. Jared McKenzie with a stolen base as he takes 90 feet, his 4th of the summer. And now the go-ahead run in scoring position. 3 balls and a strike to Corey Acton.
I think he just got that left hand in there before the tag applied by the shortstop Ball. Again, another pretty good throw, but in the dirt where Ball had to dig it out on a hop. And because he had to dig it out and leave his glove off the ground, that allowed McKenzie to just get that hand in before Ball came back to reapply the tag.
A 3-3 game in the bottom of the third. Hyannis and Orleans. 1 out, runner at second, 3-1. And a swing and a foul down the left field line. And the count fills up. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Corey Acton. Front of that jersey by McKenzie, now all dirtied up. Can barely read the Firebirds on the camo HDMH uniforms. Height doesn't measure heart. The Marcus Stroman brand. It's a good message. Saravo stares down McKenzie at second. His payoff pitch down the hill. Strike 3 at the knees. Acton was running towards first, and he'll have to turn and walk towards the dugout. second straight strikeout by Saravo in which he gets a batter looking, his 4th of the game. And with 2 outs and the go-ahead run in scoring position, it's up to Trey Harmon in a 3-3 tie in the bottom of the 3rd. And the bottom of the zone for Saravo. He has been fooling Orleans hitters. Locklear rung up on a pitch low, and now Corey Acton, both victims here in the 3rd inning. Harmon, the right-handed batter, looks on. He struck out swinging his first time up. Pitch home. Downstairs. 1 ball and no strikes to Harmon. Trey Harmon playing in his 9th game of the summer for Orleans. He's got 5 hits in his 7 starts. And has reached safely in the last 5 games. Been a nice addition for the Firebirds. 1-0. And he grounds one up the middle. The shortstop ball to his left. He can't get there. Rounding third, coming home is Jared McKenzie. And Trey Harmon picks up an RBI knock. It's 4-3 Orleans, the first lead of the game for the Firebirds in the bottom of the 3rd. RBI number 3 for Harmon. And a big one to put the Birds on top.
Well, another guy like Trey Harmon, it's not just Luke Keishel, who is one of the newcomers who has contributed. Trey Harmon has done a nice job at the plate as well. Nice bouncing ball underneath the glove of the shortstop ball. And with the speed of McKenzie, an easy score from second. And how about this Firebirds team not letting the early punch from Hyannis in the first get to them? They've come back and now have a 4-3 lead.
Left-handed batter Mickness looks on. First pitch to him. Big breaking ball upstairs. Proto stabs it as he leaps, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. A single by McKenzie. He steals second and comes home on an RBI knock from Trey Harmon. And the Firebirds with their first lead of the game in the bottom of the 3rd, 4-3 over the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, looking to take the season series. 1-0. And here's a swing and a ball lined into right center field. Going back to center fielder Elliott. He reaches up and makes the catch in the gap here at Eldridge. Mickness is retired. Not before the Firebirds bring across the go-ahead run. 2 hits, nobody left on, 1 left on, and 1 comes across. Let's go to our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, with an update. Noah, take it away.
Yeah, appreciate it, Carlos. So we got another set of trivia tonight. Nobody was able to answer the one last night, so I've made it a bit easier. It's one where you just got to guess the closest to a certain number. Whoever's closest has a chance at getting a shout-out on the broadcast. But we decided to have a little fun. And today's trivia question is on one single crow hop, how fast can our beat writer, Cole Bradley, throw? So that's a 1-2 crow. How fast can he throw? Whoever's closest to the answer can get a shout-out on the broadcast. We'll be sure to tweet that out at Orleans Firebirds. Get all your answers in, #BirdGang. How fast do you think Cole can throw? He's got a decent arm. He's told me about it. I've seen him stretching out, writer by day, pitcher by night, 1 crow hop. Let me know how fast you can think he can throw. But that's all I got for now. I'll read the answer after the 8th inning. But for now, we got a great game of baseball. Firebirds just took the lead, so I'll send it back to Gareth in the booth.
All right, thanks so much for that, Noah Searson. Definitely an interesting trivia, and got to say, Cole Bradley's been talking a lot about how hard he throws, and yes, I've had firsthand experience in that. And when I play catch with him out on the field, and so yeah, make sure you send us our answers on our Twitter and even in our YouTube as well. We always appreciate all our fans participating in our trivia every single home game. As we enter the top of the 4th here from Eldridge Park, Orion Kirkering still in the ball game. First pitch to Ryan Romano, the number 9 hitter, is up high for ball 1. Romano, Elliott, and Johnson, the 9, 1, and 2 batters, dewed up in this inning for the Harbor Hawks. And an early lead, now are trailing by 1. Broken back ground ball, softly hit to Locklear, fields it on the edge of the grass, flings it over to first in time for out number 1. Hyannis with 2 runs in the first. Orleans got a run back. Hyannis then tacked on another run in the second to make it a 3-1 game. Orleans then tacked on 2 in the bottom of the second to tie up the score 3-3. And then the Firebirds bringing home the go-ahead run in the bottom half of the third on the Troy Harmon RBI single. It's now 4-3 Firebirds here in this fourth inning. As here's a left-handed bat of Clark Elliott out of Michigan. First pitch, check swing on the breaking ball. And on the appeal, yes, says third base umpire Mark Delaney for strike one. Elliott today 1 for 1. He has singled up the middle and has been intentionally walked. 0-1. And a breaking ball that catches the outside corner for strike 2. 0-2 to Elliott. The Harper Hawks' best hitter who has been tearing it up at the plate the last 10 games for Hyannis. In his 15 games, he has collected hits in 11 of those 15. And 8 of those 11 games where he has collected hits have been multi-hit efforts. I mean, this guy is consistently finding a way to get on base with his bat. 0-2. Slider runs low. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Elliott yesterday, Gareth, reached in all 7 of his at-bats. It's the first time anybody's done that as far back as tech stats go. So,
the 1-2. In the dirt, blocked by Mickness. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You want to talk about getting on base. 7 for 7. It's not bad.
Orion Kirkring. Pitch number 80 on the way, and it's a ground ball to short. Blackwell to his left, fields it off his left hip. Double clutch throw to first, too late. Thought for a second Blackwell was going to be able to make the play, but it looked like he had trouble on the transfer from his glove to his throwing hand. And Clark Elliott beats it out, and it'll go as an infield hit. Second hit for Clark Elliott tonight, and he represents the tying run for Hyannis.
It's going to be a tough play for Blackwell. Ball skipped to his left just at the last second, and he did a good job of keeping the ball in front of him, but then, as you mentioned, Gareth, just struggling on the exchange. You wonder if that ball got slicked up, bouncing through this infield.
Here's Johnson. First pitch is a swing and a foul that rattles off the mask of Justin Mickness. 0-1. So Ryan Kirkring has allowed a hit now in each of his 4 innings. He has not made it easy on himself. But Firebirds holding a 1-run advantage, and they're trying to keep it that way. Although there is good speed at first base, and Elliott, who already has a stolen bag tonight. 7 on the summer. Home plate umpire Louis DeLuis giving Justin Mickness some time after being struck with that foul ball on the mask. 0-1. Slider runs outside, and the count even at 1 to Dom Johnson. The outfielder from Oklahoma State, not a very big guy, 5'8", 180 pounds, from Edmond, Oklahoma. He's 1 for 2 with a single and an RBI fielder's choice back in his second. 1-1. Fastball misses outside, 2-1 at 91 miles an hour.
At the top of the lineup for Hyannis has done a lot of damage here against Orion Kirkring and the tandem of Elliott and Johnson.
There is some activity getting loose for Orleans as a swing and a line drive down the right field line by Johnson into the corner. Elliott will head for third. The throw goes into second. The tag is too late. A double for Johnson. Elliott goes to third. And there's second and third with 1 away here in the fourth. Hyannis threatening once again. Dom Johnson picks up his second hit, and you'd have to think how much longer is Kelly Nicholson going to ride with Orion Kirkring here. It's already 6 hits allowed in 3 1/3 innings. And they just have not been fooled from Kirkring, the hard-throwing right-hander tonight. Here's Zane Harris, big left-handed bat from Wright State, who stands in. First pitch. Fastball outside for ball 1. Infield is playing back for Orleans. Harris tonight is 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking and a walk as there comes is this a goose? That lands right in front of the first base foul line.
It was not a very graceful landing, I'll say, by the goose. Kind of flopped in.
Well, this is not a Firebird by any means. Garrett Guillemet's going to go racing out and try and shoo it away. The goose is flying. It's by the second base behind Peyton Chanier. Still in danger.
If it's not scared of Garrett, I mean, Peyton's got to start running or something. You can't just walk with it the whole way.
Chanier trying to chase it away. Wow, this goose though, it notices the guys around them, but he's not leaving. Now here comes Jared McKenzie. How many Firebirds does it take to shoo away a goose here at Eldridge Park?
Firebirds are not. Oh, here comes the Birdman.
Is Birdman going to come out and try and get him out? Birdman, our mascot, racing out there. We got Noah Searson on the mic. Noah, what do you got for us? Noah Searson trying to get him on the mic here in just a second. And Birdman Bob has collected the goose. And look at them go. Birdman Bob has picked up the goose, and he is going to exit. He's going to exit through the Orleans bullpen. And the goose has been calmly and safely removed from the premises. How about that?
Well, it doesn't. It takes more than one Firebird, but it takes one Firebird mascot.
How about that? Who do you call? Birdman.
I see what you did there.
1-0 to Harris is high and outside, 2-0.
Well, I mean, who else? Who else would we expect to get it done?
I mean, he can cheer on your team. He can get the crowd going, and then, what do you know? Goose control.
Add it to the resume. Now he's got a little bit of a scene out in the bullpen. It's about 4 or 5 bullpen pitch. The whole bullpen's pretty much with Birdman in the pen, standing around the goose. It is a rendezvous.
2-0. Harris takes outside, 3-0. I don't think I've ever seen that.
That's one popular bird. But, I mean, we got 2 birds going at it here, the Harbor Hawks and the Firebirds, but it's the goose that's the star of the show today.
Three balls, no strikes with Nick Romano on deck for Hyannis. 3-0, fastball that catches the outside for a called strike, 3-1. And there is still a group of I got to say that group has increased now. There's about 15 people congregating around Birdman, taking a look at this goose, and I got to say this might be the one calm goose here.
The goose is more popular than the game.
3-1. Foul straight back, a look out right towards our broadcast table here, and it's now 3-2.
The poor crowd mic.
Into our crowd mic here as I go to readjust it.
While on the mic. This is impressive.
Well, on the mic, hey, who says I couldn't do that?
Oh, I don't doubt you.
No, I know you don't. 3-2. The pitch. And a fastball low for ball 4. Orion Kirkring, the third walk he has allowed tonight. And the bases are loaded now with one out for Nick Romano.
Yeah, goose and all, but Kirkring is really in a jam here. I mean, the Firebirds just got the lead in the bottom of the third inning, and you don't want to relinquish it in the next. I mean, we've seen a lot of offense in this game, but the Firebirds would like to see another goose egg on the board, no pun intended.
Okay, come on now. Don't act like no pun intended.
It
I know what you're doing there.
It really was.
Don't even try. You think you're funny.
I know.
Bases loaded. Orleans up by 1, 4-3. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Kirkring versus Romano. First pitch is line foul back to the screen, 0-1. We gotta find an update and figure out what happened to that goose. Are we just gonna keep it for the rest of the game, or is it gonna be let go back into the nature?
I mean, I think it's got to stay with how brave it was.
0-1. Slider in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I mean, Peyton Chatinier, Trey Harmon, Garrett Gillimet, Chase DeWater, Jared McKenzie. No one could phase the goose.
Right-hander Brett Wachowski appears to be getting loose for the Firebirds out in right center field. 1-1. Kirkring deals. Slider wraps around the inside for a called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Already an hour and a half into this one. Started at 6:30. Initial start time was at 5:30. 1-2. Slider on the inside corner, strike 3 called. Romano with a few words for home plate umpire Louis DeLuey. And the big strikeout for Orion Kirkring, strikeout number 5 on the ball game for the right-hander out of the University of South Florida. And there's 2 away here in the 4th.
That's a huge strikeout from Kirkring. Keeps everybody where they are, and now the infield can take 3 or 4 steps back.
Elliott at third, Johnson at second, and Harris at first. 2 down, Kirkring trying to keep this game at 1 for Orleans. First pitch, fastball high and tight. 1 ball, no strikes. Kyle Ball at the plate. He is 0 for 1 as he takes a 1-0 fastball low and in. 2-0 now to Kyle Ball. And you have to think this has got to be the last inning for Orion Kirkring. He's already at 96 pitches. 2-0. Fastball very high. 3 balls, no strikes. 50 strikes, 47 balls for Kirkring, which seems about right. His control has been shaky tonight. Has to come in here 3-0. The pitch. Fastball right down the middle, taken for strike 1, 3-1.
This has to be the most pitches we've seen by a single pitcher all summer, Garrett. At least by an Orleans pitcher. No doubt about that.
USF versus Stetson. The 3-1 is bounced to third, and a foul ball as it just veers off to the left before crossing third base. 3-2. Game number 27 on the schedule for the Orleans Firebirds. They are 10-12-4, facing off against the 5-22 Hyannis Harbor Hawks. Second game of this 3-game homestand. And the final game between Hyannis and Orleans this summer. Season series tied at 1 game apiece. Winner of this one will take the season series. 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. Runners are going to get a head start. The 3-2 is a ground ball to second. Chanier fields it, and it kicks off his body and rolls out into the outfield. Now the runner coming home, and the throw is wide. 2-run score on the error by Chanier. Unbelievable. what should have been the inning ending out on a softly hit ground ball to second. Instead, turns into 2, and Hyannis leads 5-4, and that's going to be it for Orion Kirkring. A painful way for his night to end. He got the ground ball, but Chanier couldn't come up with it. The ball bounced off his chest, rolled out into shallow center, and for Chanier, only his 4th error on the summer. But it came at a tough time. That'll do it for Kirkring. We'll have a new pitcher when we come back. It's Hyannis 5, Orleans 4, with runners at second and first and 2 out. Back here at Eldridge Park, Hyannis has taken the lead 5-4. 2 runs come home on an error by the second baseman Chanier. His 4th error on the summer, which is second most on the team. And Ryan Kirkring's night is done. He'll give way now to the right-hander from Bryant. It's Brett Watrowski. Watrowski, the right-hander, making his 2nd appearance on the summer. 6'2", 177-pound right-hander from Williamstown, New Jersey. And his first appearance in his Orleans debut came against Hyannis last Monday. Didn't go as well as he planned. 2 innings, allowed 3 earned runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And he now comes in and inherits runners on second and first in 2 down, with Mitchell Hardigan at the plate for the Harbor Hawks. Hardigan 1 for 2 with a single. Watrowski from the stretch, first pitch. And a slider at the belt for a called strike 1. Watrowski didn't get a whole lot of action this spring. Made just 5 appearances out of the bullpen and pitched 4 2/3 totals innings and allowed 5 earned runs. 8 strikeouts as well for the rising sophomore. 0-1. Popped up, shallow left field. Blackwell backing up. Who has it? Keishel calls him off, and he makes the catch in shallow left, and that will end the inning. 2 pitches in and out for Watrowski out of the bullpen, but Hyannis has taken the lead on 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 are left stranded. We head now to the bottom of the 4th, with the Harbor Hawks leading now 5-4 over the Firebirds.
Your Orleans Firebirds would like to thank Franklin Sports for their sponsorship of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Franklin is yet again proud to be the official batting glove of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Throughout the summer, all 10 Cape League teams are wearing their own custom team batting gloves, courtesy of Franklin Sports. To order your favorite team's designer to create your own, visit franklinsports.com/custom. Enter code CCBL20 for 20% off your purchase. From Cape Cod to the Major Leagues, only the best hitters in baseball wear Franklin gloves. Rogers Gray Whether it's life insurance to safeguard your loved ones, an umbrella policy to protect your teen driver, or making sure your home is covered from storm damage, Rogers Gray is there to guide you. Insurance is more than just a box to check. Trust Rogers Gray, a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
All right, thanks so much, Carlo Jimenez. Gareth Kwok on hand, as well as our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, as the mist has intensified a little bit here at Eldridge Park, and the wind is blowing in, so mist is blowing right into our faces here, as a matter of fact.
How's your face doing?
Well, it's getting peppered right now with some precipitation, gotta say.
Oh, a little alliteration.
Hey, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's been on and off, this mist here. It wasn't present pre-game, and we've had it a little bit on and off so far in 3.5 innings.
Peppered with precipitation and present pregame.
Dude, just stop. Orleans will bring up the bottom of the order here against Adrian Saravo. 9, 1, and 2 batters due to Blackwell, Chanier, and Kieshel. So it's been a light mist. And again, we started an hour later than initial start time of 5:30. We started at 6:30. There was some rain in the morning here at Orleans, but it cleared up just in time so that we could play a baseball game here on this Sunday. And we want to play baseball. We've already had 4 rainouts this summer. We don't want to have another one. As Saravo, first pitch to Blackwell is a breaking ball on the outside corner, taken for strike 1. Nothing in 1 to Blackwell.
Little surprised Saravo's still out here, but thinking back to last night, Hyannis had to use a ton of their bullpen guys.
A 1 pitch, swinging a foul off the glove of the catcher Romano, or of the catcher Proto, pardon me, and it's now 0-2.
Used 4 arms out of the pen in that 18-16 loss to Harwich. So Saravo kind of has to go here in this 4th inning. No other option.
Saravo from the windup, the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Blackwell late on the breaking ball. Looked like a slider from Saravo, and for a right-hander out of Weatherford Community College, strikeout number 5 on the ball game. And there is one away here in the 4th. So here's Chanier. You'll miss second baseman. Has not recorded an official at-bat. He has been hit by a pitch and then a sac fly to left as he swings at the first pitch and pops one up in the shallows right field. Their second baseman and the right fielder don't see it, and it falls into right for a base hit. Going for second is Chanier. Ball gets away, and that will roll to third. Chanier goes to third on a pop-up to shallow right. It falls far to the left of the right fielder Johnson, and then the throw to second was a wild throw and allows Chanier to go to third, and he's 90 feet away as the tying run. What just happened?
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I mean, Peyton just got to third on what was a routine pop-out.
So we'll go as a hit and an error. As here's Kieshel now. First pitch. Luke grounds one to third. Backhanded stab by the third baseman Greer. His throw to first. Dug out by the first baseman Harris in time. Scoring is Chanier. And this game is tied. It's 5-5. Luke Kieshel gets the job done with an RBI ground out. It's 5-5 here in the 4th.
Good thing Peyton's all right. He took a head-first slide right into the bat of Kieshel. It was resting right behind home plate, but it looked like he got up and was just fine. And the Firebirds respond. They'll take it.
So the double by Chanier, an error by the right fielder Johnson, and then the RBI ground out from Kieshel brings home the tying run as DeLauder takes a first pitch strike on the outside, 0-1. Chase is 1 for 2 with a double to right. 1 pitch is spiked in the dirt and rolls back to the screen. 1-1. As the rain continuing to come down, more of like a light mist as DeLauder takes one up high. 2 balls and a strike. Again, because that wind is blowing in, it's blowing right into our camera and right into our faces as DeLauder lines one deep into left center field, back to the wall, and it's off the fence. Hardigan digs it out. DeLauder headed for second, and that's his second double of the ball game. Opposite field for the James Madison right fielder. And he's at second, and he is the go-ahead run for the Firebirds here in this fourth.
DeLauder loves left field here at Eldridge Park. He likes opposite, especially towards that 350 sign. And can the Bash Bros do it again with 2 outs?
Time is called here. Catcher Pro, though, will speak with Saravo and Harris, the first baseman. As Tyler Locklear now will stand in. The VCU third baseman and the Atlantic 10 Player of the Year is 0 for 1.
Wind really starting to blow in from center. And Locklear, who is tied for the Cape League in RBIs, trying to pick up another and put himself in sole position of first place. With DeLauder in scoring position at second, the go-ahead run.
Locklear 0 for 2. He has reached on an error that brought home DeLauder back in the first inning, and he is struck out looking. The first pitch. Breaking ball, got a piece of DeLauder. It nicks him on the elbow guard. 1 pitch, Locklear over to first, and here comes now Jared McKenzie.
Well, if you're Tyler Locklear, you probably hope to see a couple more pitches, especially the way he's been swinging the bat. But up comes Jared McKenzie, who had himself a single and scored a run his last time out.
So here's McKenzie now. McKenzie tonight is 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single to right center field. Opportunity for Orleans to go out in front. First pitch is a swing and a foul back to the screen. 0-1. Jared, who came into this game with just 4 hits in his last 33 at-bats. Guy who's still been using this summer to try and find his rhythm and see this Cape League pitching. An opportunity, though, here to drive in some base runners. 0-1. The pitch. McKenzie swinging a foul tip into the glove of Pro, though, behind the plate. And it's 0-2. Firebirds have brought home a run here in this inning. 1 run on 2 hits and an error. An RBI ground out from Luke Keischel that brought home Peyton Chanier. Has made it an even score here, 5-5. A look over at second once and twice by the Saravo. 3 times now, 0-2. Topped foul toward the Orleans dugout. Remains 0-2. Jared McKenzie, the Big 12 first team selection here. Facing off against Saravo. A JUCO guy versus a guy from the Big 12. Saravo trying to set down McKenzie. The 0-2. Line foul back to our screen. And it remains 0-2. Kelly Nicholson now. Now Kelly Nicholson having a argument here with first base umpire Douglas Isham, I believe. Or with Mark Delaney, pardon me. And Kelly Nicholson is hot. Not really sure what the argument is about. Maybe something about Saravo and how he didn't set. Either way, Kelly is not happy as he returns back to the dugout.
I'm not sure exactly what the topic of conversation is, but Nicholson was not happy. Possibly maybe the umpire is conversing about the mist that continues to fall.
Well, it's 0-2. Saravo at the set. And the pitch. Fly ball down the right field line, yanked foul. And we'll do it again, 0-2, as the mist continues to come on down here at Eldridge Park.
It's not strong. We've played through this mist before. Game that comes to mind against Brewster, that 19-6 win. It was about the same.
No balls and 2 strikes. Saravo, a look over at second. Now 2 looks over. The pitch. Popped up. Shortstop Ball calling for it. Now racing back. Still going back. And he makes the catch in shallow left center field. And the side is retired. Orleans, they do play home the tying run on 2 hits with 1 error and 2 left stranded. On we go now to the top of the 6th. Or top of the 5th, pardon me. It's Hyannis 5, Orleans 5 when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Curry College is where you go to become anything you want. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers with learning beyond the classroom. Explore undergraduate programs including new majors in sport and recreation management, graphic design, marketing, and computer science. Online at www.curry.edu. The 99 Restaurant and Pub is proud to be a sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Visit your local 99 and try their famous colossal lobster rolls piled high on grilled brioche and served hot, buttered, or with just the right amount of mayo and celery with fries and coleslaw. The 99, always the real deal. For sales and rentals of Caterpillar machinery, generators, and marine engines, visit MiltonCat.com, your area cat dealer. Milton Cat, the Cape and Islands Caterpillar dealer, is proud to be a sponsor of today's game.
All right, thanks so much, Carlo. Brett Witrowski will come on in here after getting the final out of the top of the 4th. As Kelly Nicholson in that during the break, continuing to talk with the umpires. Again, we're not exactly sure what the topic of discussion was surrounding Nicholson and the umpires, but nevertheless, Witrowski will come in and he will face off against Proto, Greer, and Romano, 7, 8, and 9 hitters. First pitch, big curveball on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Proto today 0 for 2. He's grounded out to first and he is struck out swinging, 0-1. Swing and a miss. Another breaking ball from Witrowski, and it's now 0-2. Been an odd game here at Eldridge Park. Already 10 runs combined. 3 errors, 2 from Orleans and 1 from Hyannis, as Witrowski, an 89-mile-an-hour fastball right past the swing of Brodo for strike 3. And that's the first strikeout for Brett Witrowski here in this ball game, 1 away.
good first out of the inning for Witrowski, who I imagine is going to get starter innings here, Gareth, coming out of the pen. Firebirds probably want him to go as long as he can.
First pitch to the left-handed bat of Mason Greer is outside for ball one.
Witrowski getting the start at Hyannis last time and coming in relief here.
From the stretch, the 1-0 breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike one, 1-1. To Mason Greer, a future Missouri State third baseman. 1-1, swing and a miss. Slider that nosedives into the dirt and Greer chases. It's 1-2. A sideways mist and a little bit of fog sweeping through Eldridge Park. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Good breaking ball from Witrowski. Took something off on that pitch, and he's got back-to-back strikeouts. And there's 2 away here in the 5th. So here's now Romano. Romano today 0 for 2. Right-handed batter, first pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Blackwell to his left, fields it right behind second base. His throw to first. Harmon stretches, keeps his toe on the bag in time. In a 1-2-3 inning for Brett Witrowski in the first 1-2-3 inning of the ball game for the Orleans Firebirds as we head now to the bottom of the 5th. It's Hyannis 5, Orleans 5, and we'll be right back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Bottom 5 from Eldridge Park. It's a 5-5 ball game here between Orleans and Hyannis. Gareth Kwok alongside Carlo Jimenez. Starting right-hander for Hyannis, Adrian Saravo. His night is done. He goes 4 innings, allows 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned with 2 walks and 5 strikeouts. And he'll now give way to the rising sophomore from BYU, the left-hander Cooper McKeon, a 6'2", 200-pound left-hander from Brigham Young University. And McKeon will be making his 8th appearance on the summer. And Carlo, what is McKeon going to throw here against these Firebirds?
Yeah, from McKeon, you're going to see a fastball that tops at 95. He's got good velo behind it. Also a curveball and a slider from him. Rarely will you see a changeup. Struggles at times with command and is really a heavy fastball mix and likes to work the zone down.
They'll face off against Corey Acton, Trey Harmon, and Justin Mickness. Two left-handed bats in Acton and Mickness. First pitch is a swing and a foul toward Route 28 down the left field line, and it's 0-1 to the future Georgia Bulldog Acton. McKeon in 7 games. He has a 6.39 ERA, 12 2/3 innings pitched, but he has 25 strikeouts over 7 walks. Wow, that is the 25 strikeouts over 12 2/3. He's averaging about 2 strikeouts an inning. And he'll go over the signs one more time with Ryan Proto behind the plate. Last appeared against Wareham on Wednesday, where he pitched 1 inning, but allowed 2 earned runs. Big curveball on the 0-1, catches the zone for a called strike 2, 0-2 to Corey. Corey Acton, who didn't like that call. It's 0-2 with Trey Harmon on deck. McKeon did strike out the side in that appearance against Wareham in a 5-4 win over the Gatemen on Wednesday. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. A slider from McKeon, and Acton is down on 3 pitches. And there's 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. Strikeout number 1 from McKeon here, and now here is Trey Harmon, the Stetson first baseman. Trey's 1 for 2, including an RBI single up the middle back in the 3rd inning. McKeon ready, first pitch. Curveball on the outside corner, taken for strike 1. McKeon was one of the top relievers for BYU this spring. He had the most appearances out of any member in the bullpen with 24. Had 35 strikeouts and 19 walks over 25 in the 3rd innings pitched. At the belt, the 0-1. Harmon fouls one down the right field line, and it's 0-2 quickly. An ERA of 5.68, however, in those 25 in the 3rd innings pitched. He's a guy, though, that racks up a lot of strikeouts. He's got good breaking ball command. Harmon chokes up on the bat, the 0-2, and a swing and a miss as that pitch dives out of the zone, and Harmon unable to make contact, and it's 2 strikeouts for Cooper McKeon here in the 5th.
McKeon continuing his strikeout dominance. I mentioned it, Gareth, with his 25, now 27 strikeouts, and similar trend at BYU, 35 strikeouts in those 25 innings of work his freshman year.
The left-handed batter, Justin Mickness from Kent State, now stands in. First pitch is low and away for ball 1. Mickness today is 0 for 1. He has walked, and he has flown out to center. He sent one out deep to center near the 434 marker. About a 390-foot out in Death Valley in that triangle. 1-0 pitch, takes a breaking ball in the dirt, 2-0. Hyannis scored first with 2 runs to lead off the ball game. Orleans answered back with a run themselves. Hyannis then tacked on another run in the 2nd. Orleans answered with 2 runs in the bottom of the 2nd to make the score 3-3 after 2. 2-0. Mickness, high fly ball, deep to right field, going back to right fielder, and it's gone! Justin Mickness picks up his first home run of the summer. Into the wind, doesn't matter. And the Firebirds have a 6-5 lead here in the 5th.
What an impressive stretch by Mickness this has been these last couple of games. And you mentioned it, Garrett, the wind's blowing in, but that does not matter. Mickness able to rope one over the right field wall. And the Firebirds retake the lead. A huge home run.
Justin Mickness picks up his first home run of the summer and his 4th RBI here on the Cape as Blackwell stands in and fouls one off down the right field line onto the hill. as the mist continues to come down here at Eldridge Park. Raining sideways. 97 miles an hour, the exit velocity on that one, 352 feet into the Orleans bullpen in right center. 0-1. And Blackwell chases out a breaking ball in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Justin Mickness, who has been seeing the ball real well the last several games for the Firebirds. He's gotten a lot more playing time with Garrett Gillimet getting some extended time off, getting some rest for his legs as the 0-2. Blackwell rolls one down the third base line off the hands of the third baseman Greer, and there will be no throw. Blackwell reaches, and we'll have to see what the official ruling on that one is. A ground ball to third and a tough backhanded stop. Greer has been real busy at third. And so it'll go down as an error for Mason Greer. Blackwell reaches. And here's Chanier. Now time is called. Mickness going deep to right. And it's a 6-5 Firebirds lead. McKeon, look over at first. First pitch to Chanier. Fastball high and outside for ball one. Orleans with 6 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors. Hyannis with 5 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball from McKeon, and it's 1-1. The left-hander out of BYU. Worked as a setup guy for the Cougars this regular season. He's already given up the solo blast to Mickness. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. And a swing and a miss on the high curveball. And it's 1-2.
Wind is blowing pretty good here, and this mist getting a little thicker. It's not rain, it's just mist. No need to panic. But it has definitely gotten a little harder to play.
Luke Keishel on deck. The 1-2. Blackwell runs, and the pitch in the dirt. Proto keeps it in front of him, picks it up, fires over the first, and that will retire the side. McKeon strikes out the side, but he gives up a solo home run to the Kent State catcher Justin Mickness to right center field. The solo home run gives Orleans a lead 6-5, and we'll be right back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. But first, let's send it over to our sideline reporter, Noah Searson. Noah?
Yeah, appreciate it, Gareth. So we've got another edition of Penn Talk out here. Got a pretty fun question today. It's, you can travel anywhere in the world. Where are you going? And you can take one person with you. So who will you be taking on this dream vacation? We've talked about it a little bit. Anybody want to first dibs on this one?
Yeah, I'll go.
All right, Rajic, take it.
Dream vacation spot would be with my special partner. Would be go to Italy. You know,
Anywhere specific in Italy?
not really, just like somewhere in Italy near the water. And I'd take probably like Kevin Hart. Make me laugh a lot. I think we'd make each other laugh. Be a good duo to go with. Yeah. And have some spaghetti and like.
Maybe like a wingman?
Yeah. You could like pick up any girls with some like funny lines too.
Exactly, I like that. Housley, you want to take it?
I'm gonna have to go with another comedian. I'll probably go with Will Ferrell here. I think he'd keep me laughing the whole time. I'm gonna go to Hawaii, that's for sure.
You know what island you're going to?
Whatever the biggest one is, I don't know that.
The Big Island, I think, is the biggest island. We got Nick Wallerstedt over here. Wally, where are you going? Who are you going with?
I was saying Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and we're going to the Bahamas to go work out on the beach and get our tans in.
All righty. Any other takers on this one? We got a lot of watchers.
Schultz wants it right there.
Schultz,
right there.
you got anything for us, Schultz? All right, those are some.
What do you think? Hey, what about you?
Me, I think I'm. Oh, this is a tough one. Usually I don't get asked these questions. I'm gonna take. I can't think of anything. This is a tough look. I'm gonna take Billie Eilish because she's a great singer, and I'm gonna go to Wyoming. Yeah, they got some great mountains, great national parks. So that's what I'm doing. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth. Place, person, who you going with, or your answers as you take us into the top of the 6th.
All right, thanks so much for that, Noah. Dream Vacation. And Billie Eilish going to Wyoming. That's an interesting one for our sideline guy, Noah Searson.
I think he's just trying to make Billy and Kanye collab.
I guess so. 2 balls, no strikes to Clark Elliott from Wachowski. And the pitch is low. 3-0.
The popularity of the comedians going on vacations with, I wouldn't have expected from the bullpen.
Well, I think they want to have a good time and laugh. Who doesn't want to laugh on a vacation? 3-0. Fastball pumped in there for a called strike. 1-3-1.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, Kevin Hart, Will Ferrell, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I mean, Nick Waller says it's going to be gassed.
That fastball's about to get up to 99.
3-1. Bounce to first. Hop for Harmon. He says he has it. Takes it himself to the bag. 1 away. Nick Waller said about to have the biggest muscles after going to Hawaii that you've ever seen.
I mean, you better if he's hanging out with Dwayne. Working out, getting his tan on. Sounds like good times.
Top 6, 1 out. Nobody on. 6-5 Orleans. Here's Dom Johnson, the right fielder, who's 2 for 3. He's got a single, double, and an RBI fielder's choice. Right-handed batter, first pitch, and a line drive into center field, and he's got a 3rd hit tonight. The Oklahoma State right fielder is seeing the ball well today. He's got 3 hits in 4 at-bats, and he is the tying run at first base for Zane Harris.
Yeah, Dominic Johnson just continues to torch Orleans hitters. I mean, his 1 out that he was recorded, the fielder's choice, he got an RBI on. He has not had an unproductive at-bat today.
Here's the left-handed bat of Harris. Look over at first pitch. And a fastball at the belt for a called strike. 1-0-1. Left-handed first baseman from Wright State. He's 0 for 1. He has walked twice and has struck out swinging tonight. He's got the blue bat as there's a throw over to first to check on Johnson, who scampers back to first without a dive. 0-1. Wind continuing to blow in. It's gusting hard tonight. Not friendly for home run hitters, unless you're not named Justin Mickness. Pitches outside, runner goes, and there will be no throw. Johnson swipes second as Mickness unable to corral that fastball outside. That's the 2nd stolen base for Johnson tonight, and he is 180 feet away.
Man, and you're starting to see the effects of the mist. Just a little harder for Mickness to grab that baseball and try to sling it. And Johnson slipped on the play, getting out of his lead at first, so he would have had a chance. Just unable to get a good grip.
Look over at second. 1-0. Runner goes again, and a swing and a foul. Poked off the end of the bat toward the Hyannis dugout. 1-2. Boy, Johnson being really aggressive, trying to go from first to third on 2 pitches.
Coming into this game, he only had 4 stolen bases on the summer, and he has already got half of that tonight.
1-2 with Nick Romano on deck for Hyannis. Second game of this 3-game homestand for the Firebirds. Wachowski, the Bryant's right-hander, now looks over at second and forces Johnson to return to second. 1-2. Already past 2.5 hours here on the game time, approaching approaching 2.5 hours. We passed the 2-hour mark already. Johnson with a big lead at second. 1-2. In the dirt, and it gets past Mickness and rolls to the backstop. And Johnson will go take third. And McNiss will call for a time. Boy, it's been a really sloppy game for both sides.
Yeah, back-to-back games with the Firebirds where they've just not had clean plays in the field and behind the backstop. And Johnson now just a base array. Sacrifice fly is in play with one out, and the infield's going to come in.
Kelly Nicholson will bring the infield in. And we'll see how it pays off in this one. 2-2. To Zane Harris at a right state, the 2-2. Curveball fouled on the Route 28 and into the trees. Remains 2-2. One out. And a runner at third. Hyannis trying to even up the score again in what has been a back-and-forth contest between these two ball clubs in this interdivision game. 2-2. Fastball outside at 88 miles an hour. Count is full.
Yeah, Harris has got a great eye. Already 2 walks today. One of the best on this Hyannis team. 3rd in total walks. So he's not going to take a bad pitch here from Wystrowski.
3-2. Infield in. A lot of the center fielder shaded out into the left center field gap a bit. 3-2. Breaking ball. Outside and high. Ball 4. And not really close. As here comes now Nick Romano, the DH.
Well, for either team, it just continues to be high-pressure situations for the pitchers. I mean, we're back at the scorebook here. The only 1-2-3 inning was back in the 5th for Wystrowski. Besides that, guys have been on base all day for Hyannis and Orleans.
First pitch. Curveball. That's on the outside corner, right on the edge of the plate for a called strike 1. A pitcher's strike, and it's 0-1 to Romano, the UCF DH, who's 0 for 3. Does have an RBI ground out back in the 1st. And he's also struck out twice. Harris at first, Johnson at third, the 0-1. Curveball grounded down the left field line, a fair ball, and it will roll into the corner by the 300 marker. Trying to cut it off is McKenzie. Harris into third. Going to second is Romano, and this game is tied. RBI double for Romano, his 2nd run batted in under the ball game. And it's a 6-6 game now here in the 6th.
Firebirds just been unable to hold the lead. A lot of action in that Orleans bullpen. So back and forth we go. Neither team is led by more than 2. And here we are, toe-to-toe.
And Hyannis on the verge of potentially taking the lead here. As here is Kyle Ball. First pitch. In the dirt, blocked by McNiss. 1-0. Ball today is 0 for 2. He has walked, he has bounced out to first, and he has reached on an error by the second baseman, Chanier. That came at a critical time back in the 4th. It brought home 2 runs on the error. The 1-0 from Wystrowski. And a fastball right down the middle for a called strike 1, 1-1. Second and third. Infield in again. In a tie ball game in the 6th inning. Firebirds have been unable to keep the lead. 1-1. Curveball. Right down the pipe. It's 1-2. Wind howling from the outfield in. Fans congregating down the right field line. That's where most of them are situated tonight. As the 1-2. Breaking ball a little bit inside, 2-2. On a misty, cold night here in Orleans. So we enter this home stretch where 6 of the next 10 games for Orleans, 6 of the last 10 games, I should say, are at home. Hard to believe that this 2021 summer is coming to a close with the Firebirds still 5 games out of a playoff spot. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball low and away, not close, and the count is full 3-2. Activity in the Orleans bullpen. Looks like Michael Polk getting loose for the Firebirds as the 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball, chopped foul down the left field line. We'll do it again. So Polk, the right-hander from the University of Georgia, getting warm. Wachowski, though, trying to keep this game tied at 6. Hyannis 6, Orleans 6. Infield in. Arbor Hawks trying to take the season series over Orleans. The pitch and the bouncing ball to third. Gloved by Locklear. Throw across the diamond to first. Not in time. The runners stay put. It certainly looked like Locklear threw out ball at first. Everybody's safe and the bases are loaded with 1 away.
It was awfully close down the first base line. Locklear made a terrific play on the backhand. Second time today, he's made a nice play over there at third base. Oh boy, Gareth, it looked like they had him.
Locklear, who gloved that on the backhand, had to make a long throw right on the foul line to first, and it sure looked like they got ball by a half step, but the first base umpire, Douglas Isham, rules it safe, and now the bases are loaded. The middle infielders in Blackwell and Chanier are going to play back in double play depth. Mitchell Hardigan here will dig in, but not before. Here comes Kelly Nicholson now. Kelly hasn't signaled to the bullpen just yet, but he's got the clap, and he's going to take the ball from Wachowski, and that's it. That'll do it for Wachowski. Michael Polk will come on in. The bases are loaded. There's only 1 away, and it's a tie ball game, 6-6 between Hyannis and Orleans when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back here at Eldridge Park, the bases are loaded and there's only 1 out, as here comes Michael Polk now in for relief for Kelly Nicholson and the Firebirds. Polk, the rising sophomore from the University of Georgia, making his 9th appearance out of the bullpen this summer for the Firebirds. He has a 1-1 record with a 5.68 ERA and 12 2/3 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts over 8 walks. And Carlo, what is Polk going to throw here first against the left-handed bat of Mitchell Hardigan?
Yeah, from Polk, you're going to see a fastball, tops out around 93. A lot of fastball, curveball. That curveball will be around 77 to 80.
So Polk comes in, and he's going to try and get it either a strikeout or a ground ball to the middle infielders of Blackwell and Janye. Hyannis on the verge of taking the lead here, 6-6. Bases loaded, only one away. And here's Hardigan from Florida Atlantic University. The left fielder is 1 for 3 tonight. First pitch from the right-hander is a curveball that is low for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Michael Polk last appeared on Wednesday against Brewster here at Eldridge Park. Pitched 2 innings. Gave up 2 earned runs, 1-0. Hardigan swings and fouls one off the mask of Mickness into the screen, 1-1. Gave up 2 earned runs on 4 hits. No walks and 3 strikeouts. As he stares down Mickness as he goes through the signs. Harris at third, Romano at second, Ball at first. 1-1. Curveball is tapped foul, and it may have gone the piece of Justin Mickness too, off his arm, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, Hyannis team, Garrett, that has already left 7 base runners on board today after leaving 18 on yesterday. Continues to be the trend for the Harbor Hawks, even with their 6 runs. And the Firebirds trying to add 3 more.
1-2, and now time is called. And Justin Mickness now is going to get looked at here by the trainer. Might be his thumb.
Yeah, looks like he's asking for tape, I think, or a Band-Aid.
So our trainer will go out. Our trainer Morgan will go help out Justin there and tape up that hand. It's his throwing hand.
Oh, with bases loaded, he shouldn't need to worry about it too much here. I imagine he'll get it checked out in between innings.
1-2. Hyannis versus Orleans here on this Sunday night on the Cape. Polk ready. The pitch to Hardigan is outside for ball 2. Went with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a very slow-moving game here tonight. A look over at third from Polk, the 2-2. Check swing on the breaking ball. Did he go around? No, on the appeal. Says third base umpire Mark Delaney. And now it's a full count.
Gareth, while Hyannis has struggled with only 5 wins this season, they have been terrific in bases loaded situations as a team hitting .429 with the bases juiced.
Hardigan awaits the full count pitch with the bases loaded. Here it is. And a fastball, check swing. Did he go around? No on the appeal, says Mark Delaney again. The Orleans dugout not happy at all. And the go-ahead run scores as Harris touches home. It's now 7-6 Hyannis. Kelly Nicholson telling home plate umpire Louis DeLuis, hey, you can make the call as well. You don't have to ask for help all the time. And Hyannis has a 1-run lead, and they're not done. As here's Proto now, the catcher. First pitch. Fastball low. 1 ball, no strikes. Romano the third, Ball the second. Hardigan at first. He gets credit for the RBI, his 6th on the summer. Ryan Proto 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out to first. Opportunity, though, here to break it open. 1-0. Fastball low, below the knees, 2-0. And right now, these Firebirds pitchers have just not been able to get the ball into the strike zone and throw strikes tonight. 2-0. The pitch on the outside corner, strike one. 2 balls and a strike. Top 6 from Eldridge Park. Gareth Kwok alongside Carlo Jimenez and our sideline reporter Noah Searson. The 2-1 from Polk. Fastball at the knees, a called strike 2, and it's now 2-2. This inning started with a ground out to first off the bat of the leadoff man Clark Elliott. A single by Dom Johnson, a walk by Zane Harris, an RBI double by Nick Romano, and then a single by Ball, and then a walk by Hartigan. 2-2. Fastball low. Shin level, and it's 3-2 again. Three balls, 2 strikes, another full count for Polk here, and his second batter of this outing. The 3-2. Popped up down the right field line and headed for the parking lot here at Nauset Regional Middle School. It remains 3-2. Mason Greer on deck for Hyannis. Orion Kirkering began this ball game and went 3 2/3. 3-2. Proto fouls one back to the fence. We'll do it again, 3-2. Kirkering went 3 2/3 as a starter, allowed 6 hits, 5 runs, 2 earned, with 3 walks and 5 strikeouts. Witrowski came out of the bullpen, pitched an inning and 2/3. He gave up 2 earned runs on 3 hits. And now Polk, with the bases loaded and 1 out, has to try and get out of it. Versus Ryan Proto. 3-2. Ground ball to short, softly hit. Blackwell fields it off his left foot, throws to first, too late. Another run comes home as Romano scores from third, and it's 8-6 Hyannis. Ryan Proto with an infield hit and an RBI to make it a 2-run ball game.
When you just look up and down this inning, the only extra base hit is by Nick Romano. His RBI double, but everything else, 3 singles and 2 walks. Hyannis not a team known for power, hitting .283 in their last 5 games, only 1 home run. They continue to do it with soft contact.
Here's the left-handed bat of Greer. The bases remain loaded. First pitch, swing and a miss on the changeup. 0-1. 3 runs have come home here in the 6th inning on 4 hits. And Hyannis not done. Bases loaded, 1 out again. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Greer chases the high cheese. And it's 0-2. It has been an arduous performance so far from the Firebirds tonight here at Eldridge Park. 0-2. Polk trying to get the strikeout. The pitch off the hands and fouled toward Route 28 and out of play. It remains 0-2. Ryan Romano on deck for Hyannis, the number 9 hitter in the order. Polk looking at Mickness, now gets the sign he likes. 0-2. And a breaking ball that misses high, 1-2. The mist has calmed down. No longer here at Eldridge Park. Still windy. Wind blowing in the flagpole in right center field. 1-2. And a pitch. Fly ball down the left field line. It's a souvenir. As Louis DeLuis The home plate umpire asks for more baseballs from the Orleans ball boy. Already pitch number 20 coming up for Michael Polk. And this is just the third batter he's faced. 1-2. Check swing. Blocked by Mickness. He did not go around. And it's 2-2 now. Started this game at 6:30 p.m. local time and have already elapsed 2.5 hours here in this one. It's 2-2. Polk versus Greer. The pitch popped up in the infield. Third baseman Locklear over toward the Hyannis dugout. He makes the catch right on the dugout fence. A big second out for Michael Polk, and there's 2 down.
Tyler Locklear has had himself a impressive night down the third base line. He has made a couple of nice plays, whether it's hard hit ground balls or flyouts where he's running out of real estate down the line.
Here now is Romano. Right-handed bat, and he swings and drills one deep to left field toward the scoreboard, and it's gone. First pitch from Polk to Romano, the number 9 hitter in the order, and it's a grand slam that has broken this game open for the Harbor Hawks. 12-6 Hyannis on one swing of the bat. Wow.
That's the first home run of the summer for Romano. And an exclamation point on what has been a huge inning for the visiting Harbor Hawks. Came in trailing 7 runs later, and they're doubling up Orleans, 12-6.
Romano with the grand slam now has 11 runs batted in on the summer. As that one hurt. It's a 6-run game. Hyannis has now batted around as Elliott comes up to the plate for the second time this inning. Left-handed batter takes one in the dirt for ball 1. Seven runs in this inning for the Harbor Hawks on 5 hits. It's 12-6. 1-0 is a fly ball down the left field line toward the corner. Going over is the left fielder Kieshel, but it's foul. One ball, one strike. And that Orleans dugout right now is awfully quiet. One and one. Polk fires in a swing and a miss with a breaking ball. Now 1-2. Grand slam from Ryan Romano out of Florida State. And he didn't miss it. Pulling it down the left field line toward the 300 marker. The 1-2 pitch, fastball up high and in, 2-2. Romano did not hit a home run this spring with the Seminoles.
And just a heartbreaker. And for Hyannis, an offense that just continues to impress you guys.
2-2 pitch, takes up high, 3-2.
I mean, you think about a team yesterday that put 16 on the board, 12 here today. That's 28 combined runs in the last 2 games.
3 balls, 2 strikes to the left-handed bat of Elliott. Polk deals, and a fastball not close in the dirt. And it has just been an inning to forget for Orleans tonight. Second walk allowed by Polk in this inning. And here's now Johnson. Johnson, who singled back in this 6th inning about 20 minutes ago, as he takes the first pitch up high for ball 1.
The 13 runs in Hyannis' first win against Orleans back on the 18th, and then the 12 runs today are the two highest amount of runs allowed by Orleans this summer against the same team.
1-0. Curveball low and away, 2-0. I mean, those run totals, just you wouldn't even notice that they have the worst record in the league with the way they have just exploded on offense against Orleans these last 2 games. 2-0. Polk, the right-hander, throws, and Johnson waves and misses at the fastball inside. 2-1.
And for the Firebirds, Gareth, this is a very unfamiliar position for this team, struggling pitching. I mean, in Kelly Nicholson's 15 years, 11 of them, they have finished either first or second in the league in ERA.
Elliott at first, 2-1. Fastball right down the chute, and it's now 2-2.
And this year, the ERA at 4.66, not including this game, which puts them at second to last and would be the highest ERA ever under skipper Kelly Nicholson. Just not the traditional Firebirds team.
The 2-2. And blocked in the dirt by Mickness. And it's 3-2. And right now, these Hyannis hitters are just not swinging at these close pitches right now. Polk, Witrowski, Kirkring, they've all tried to entice these Hyannis hitters with 2 strikes, and they are just not swinging at pitches in the dirt or up high. They have some good eyes at the plate, and they have really made them work all night long. Elliott will leave at first. He runs, and the 3-2 pitch is high and inside for ball 4. And that's the 3rd walk of the inning allowed by Michael Polk. And Michael Polk, that was the issue for him this regular season with Georgia, was control. He walked 17 in 19 1/3 innings pitched in the regular season for Georgia. As here is Zane Harris, who drew a walk earlier in this inning. Second and first, 2 outs. First pitch is up high at 90 miles an hour for ball 1. Polk trying to end a nightmare inning right now for Orleans. Look over at second to 1-0. A swing and a foul tip into the glove of Mickness. 1-1.
And this is a Hyannis team that has a good eye. I mean, 7 walks taken today, 16 yesterday, which is a season high. They know how to make pitchers work.
One ball, 1 strike. Elliott at second, Johnson at first. The pitch. Fastball. Misses inside. 2-1. Hyannis has scored 7 runs here in this 6th inning. This inning began with Orleans up 6-5. It's now 12-6 Harbor Hawks. Harris fouls the 2-1 down the left field line on the Route 28. It's 2-2. I want to say we started this inning at around 8:30 or so, and it's in almost a 45-minute half inning alone. 2-2. Polk ready at the belt. The pitch. And a breaking ball called at the knees. Strike 3. And that ends the inning. 7 runs come home for the Harbor Hawks on 5 hits, and 2 are left stranded. Orleans has work to do. And there's still plenty of ball game left here at Eldridge Park. We'll be right back here on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Steve Anzoni, owner of Fairway Financial and Cape Cod's Retirement Income Specialist. If you want to hit a home run with your retirement income plan, schedule a time to meet with me today.
Get more details at fairwayfinancial.net. That's fairwayfinancial.net. A 7-run, top of the 6th for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. The exclamation point, a grand slam from Ryan Romano, the number 9 hitter, has made it a 12-6 Harbor Hawk lead heading into the bottom of the 6th. Firebirds, though, still have several chances to chip away as Luke Keischel versus Cooper McKeon, the left-hander from BYU, takes a first pitch strike in there, 0-1. And this is a good part of the order to get things back into it. Keischel, DeLauder, and Locklear, the 2, 3, and 4 batters. 0-1. Keischel grounds one up the middle into center field. No, a diving snag by Ball. His throw to first, not in time, as the first base umpire, Douglas Isham, indicating that the first baseman, Harris, pulled himself off first base. Would have been a tremendous play by the shortstop, Ball. Instead, it'll go as a leadoff infield hit.
Yeah, what a play by Ball, ranging to his left on a bad hop, able to get to that baseball. But you mentioned it, Garrett, that's a hit. The Firebirds need a lot of them to get back into this game, but a good start.
Here's DeLauder, lefty on lefty matchup, first offering. Big breaking ball, called at the belt for a called strike 1. Chase looks up to the sky and doesn't necessarily agree with the call. It's 0-1. Chase is 2 for 3 with 2 doubles tonight. Both off Adrian Saravo. First time up against McKeon, and a swing and a miss on the sharp breaking ball. Quickly makes it 0-2 to the James Madison right fielder. Still tied for the league lead in home runs with his buddy Tyler Locklear at 8 homers this summer. And the 0-2. In the dirt, blocked by Proto behind the plate. 1-2. Ryan Proto, the catcher from UMass Lowell. And he's been playing a steady defensive catcher tonight. One ball, 2 strikes. Keischel at first, he led off with an infield hit. The 1-2. And a breaking ball swung on and missed, strike 3. McKeon picks up his 4th strikeout of the ball game, and there's 1 away in the 6th. So here's Locklear now, the right-handed bat from VCU.
Locklear today is 0 for 2. First pitch swing, driven deep to center field. Backing up is Elliott in medium depth center field, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Gave it a good ride, but the wind is blowing in, and it hung in the air for Elliott. 2 down.
A YD home run is an Eldridge out.
And now here's Jared McKenzie. McKenzie today, he's 1 for 3 with a single. A strikeout and a pop out. First pitch is a strike at the top of the zone, 0-1. Firebirds down 6. They have a lot of work to do to make up some ground here in this one. Look over at first, the 0-1 pitch and a swing and a miss. Boy, that curveball is really nice from McKeon, a left-hander from BYU. 0-2. Gieshel at first. Firebirds down the bunch. And the pitch. In the dirt. Proto with another nice block out of the squat. 1-2. Jared McKenzie came into this game 4 for his last 33 at the plate. Collected a hit in the third for the Firebirds. 1-2. And a swing and a miss. The breaking ball gets McKenzie. 5 strikeouts for Cooper McKeon. And the leadoff hit goes stranded for Orleans here in the 6th. No runs on 1 hit, 1 left stranded. On we go now to the 7th here from Eldridge Park. Carlo Jimenez will have the play-by-play the rest of the way moving forward. But first, let's send it out over to our sideline reporter, Noah Searza. Noah?
Yeah, appreciate it, Gareth. So this game has been a little bit on the longer side, some half innings, starting to drag a little bit. So you got to keep yourself engaged and kind of keep the spirits up. And when I was out in the bullpen, there was one man doing that, and it's the man they call Black Magic Ragic. Yes, I'm not joking. Max Ragic is actually a magician. He was doing tricks for Connor Housley. He was even doing tricks for me that were quite stupendous, if I do say so myself. Cards, paper, everything, and this begs the question, with name, image, and likeness becoming a thing, can Max Ragic both pitch and make some money on the side as a magician? It's something I'll likely pitch to Max, but could be a continuing factor of what many athletes have already taken advantage of him. I told him, your name's so marketable, Magic Ragic, it rhymes. And he said, yeah, I haven't thought about it much. It's mostly on team trips. But he's got the skills, I can tell you that much, and he's got the passion for Magic. So while, maybe not the hottest game for Firebirds, you do learn some pretty fun facts and some pretty fun skills that all these Firebirds have. And today's is that Max Ragic indeed does magic. And in the bullpen, they call him Black Magic Ragic, guys.
Appreciate it, Noah. Black Magic Ragic. What a name. What a name. That guy can do it all. Weather reports, magic, camera work. We just keep adding to the list. Game in, game out. We are approaching hour 3 here at Eldridge Park, and we have yet to begin the top of the 7th inning. It will be Jeff Pramel on the mound, new pitcher for the Firebirds, the righty out of Southern New Hampshire University. Pramel making his 7th appearance out of the pen, a 13.5 ERA in 9 1/3. He has struck out 7 and walked just 2. Coming off what was his worst outing of the summer at Hyannis, his last time up. He went 2 1/3, gave up 6 earned runs, 8 hits, and 1 strikeout. So a little bit of a revenge game here for Pramel, who likes to work really just a fastball slider combination, and he'll face off against Nick Romano to open things up. Hyannis 12, Orleans 6. Harbor Hawks looking for their second win over the Firebirds this season. Would be the second team they have 2 wins over. They're 2-2 against Falmouth. First pitch home to the righty. Strike on the outside edge to Nick Romano. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Romano at the University of Central Florida. 0-1, and he taps one down the third base line. Foul. Comes from a baseball family. His uncle Scott was an 8th-round pick in the draft in '89. And his cousin Jason, a first-round MLB draft pick in 1997. 0-2. Swing and a miss. 3 pitches and a strikeout. And Pramel opens up his outing with a K. And up comes Kyle Ball with 1 away. And the base is empty. Well, long games that go the distance with a lot of runs are nothing new to the Hyannis Harborhawks. 16-18, 4.5 hours yesterday. Not to mention a 12-15 game against Harwich as well. First pitch, and the right-handed batter swings and loops one, and it bounces into center field, a base hit. Kyle Ball squeezes one past the infield. And there's 1 on with 1 out. Ball picks up his second hit of the game, reaches for the 3rd time. And in stands Mitchell Hardigan. Wind blowing slightly in. It is dark. The sun has set. And the few Firebirds faithful are still here. 2 of the top hitting teams in the last 5 games. Both these teams hitting above 280 in the last 5. And it has been an offensive show. First pitch to the lefty. Hardigan is downstairs. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Hardigan's an interesting guy out of Florida Atlantic. He says, you know, if he had to do something after baseball, here comes a 1-0. And he swings and skies one into left field. Hanging up there for the left fielder, Keishel. He starts back, sets up camp, reaches up and makes the catch. And 2 away quickly for Bramble with a runner at first. As Hardigan jogs back to the dugout, his dream, Gareth, to be an American Ninja Warrior after baseball. You ever thought about being on that show?
You mean competing on the show?
Yeah.
I've not. I don't think I'd even make it past the first obstacle.
Oh, come on. Don't sell yourself short.
I would probably face plant into the water.
No. First pitch to the righty, Ryan Proto. He swings and sends one in the air. Center field for Jared McKenzie. He will wait, jog forward, and make the catch. A nice outing by Jeff Pramel. He goes 1, 2, 3. We will head to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's time to stretch, and boy, do the Firebirds need it. Down 12-6 against the Hyannis Harborhawks here at home. Welcome back to Eldridge Park. Carlo Jimenez alongside Gareth Kwok as we start the bottom of the 7th inning. Hope you stretched. The Firebirds have a lot of work to do, trailing 12-6 to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. And in stands Jack Bolger. He will pinch hit for Corey Acton, ready to take on Cooper McKeon. Bolger had 2 at-bats in yesterday's game for the Firebirds. First pitch, way upstairs and away. He was 0 for 2 with a walk. Jack Bolger from Maui, Maryland, he had quite the interesting quarantine situation when everyone was sent home on March 13th. I know everybody remembers where you were on that fateful day. It seemed like the world shut down. Here's the first pitch out, or the second pitch, excuse me, and the 1-0 misses low. One ball, one strike. Bolger spent his free time in a makeshift batting cage in a barn in Maryland. He did not have access to any 5-star facilities or any facilities of that sort. Here's the 1-1. Down and inside, skips back to the screen. 2 balls and a strike. Bolger said it wasn't anything super special, but it was really cool, is how he described it. A hole in the wall, a batting cage, a weight rack, and a sled. And he said that really allowed him to focus coming into his next year at Vanderbilt. And allowed him, with the so much new stuff in baseball, so much technology, so many little things, 2-1. And he swings and lines one up the middle right at the second baseman, Ryan Romano, who slides to his right and makes the catch. Going back to that Bolger story, though, he was able to focus on the basics, he said, and allowed him to really hone in on the fundamentals and not get so worried about, all the minute details that players can get caught up in. And he said while it was cold and not the nicest, allowed him to really sharpen up those fundamental skills. As up comes Trey Harmon, the right-handed batter. First pitch out. Harmon takes a strike at the top of the zone, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. 12-6, Hyannis over Orleans. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Right-handed batter Harmon is 1 for 3 today. And the pitch down the hill. And he waves again. No balls and 2 strikes. Gareth, we were talking about some of the best names on the Cape. We got Louis DeLuis behind the plate, but we have French Baker Harmon. That's right. That's his real name.
French Baker
A
Harmon.
right-handed batter. Call says he goes by Trey because he's the 3rd French Baker Harmon, which is amazing that there's 2 others. 0-2. And he swings and misses and strikes out for the 3rd time today. 2 quick outs for McKeon. And up comes Justin McNiss. McNiss with his first home run of the summer over the right field fence. At the time, gave Orleans a 6-5 lead. We played a 35-minute inning, and the Firebirds now trailing 12-6. First pitch to the lefty, way upstairs for McKeon. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Justin McNiss, a guy who wanted to play on the Cape ever since high school, as a lot of these guys do, but was unable to do so after his freshman year. 1-0. Strike on the outside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tore his UCL and needed Tommy John, and said he went to rehab every day with that goal in mind of making it to the Cape League, trying to play with the best collegiate baseball players in the summer. 1-1. And he grounds one up the middle, stabbed by McKeon on the second hop. The catcher will jog to his left, underhand flip to first, and McNiss is retired. A 1-2-3 inning will head to the top of the 8th here on the Birds Broadcast Network. We're the only game happening on the Cape, but Gareth Kwok's going to update you on the 4 other games that have been finalized. Gareth, what did we miss?
Yeah, well, let's take a look for the final time tonight around the Cape, and let's start off at Stony Brook Field, just down the street here. YD taking on Brewster, and that game ends in 8 innings in a tie, 4-4. YD draws with Brewster, 4-4 the score in 8 innings. Meanwhile, from Arnie Allen Diamond at Gov Fuller Field, the Falmouth Commodores defeat the Chatham Anglers 5-4 on home turf. And then meanwhile, from Dorn Park at Bourne, the Harwich Mariners have defeated the Bourne Braves 7-4. Bourne with only their 4th loss of the summer. They go down against Harwich. Final score 7-4. And then meanwhile, from Spillane Field at Wareham, it's a 1-1 tie, and that is final between the Cotuit Kettleers and the Wareham Gatemen. That game ends 1-1 from Spillane Field. So tonight we've had 2 ties between Cotuit and Wareham and YD and Brewster. And the lead increases for the Harwich Mariners. 7-4 win over the Bourne Braves.
Thanks, Gareth. Appreciate it. A lot of action around the league, and we're the only game still happening here at Eldridge Park. Thanks for spending your Sunday night with us. Hope the Monday scaries aren't creeping on you just yet, although it's the summer, so you know the Monday scaries aren't so bad. Sunday scaries are what they're called, excuse me. No such thing as Monday scaries. You get Sunday scaries sometimes, Gareth?
It definitely does creep in when it's around 7 or 8 o'clock. That, got to go back to work. But for us, this really has not been work for us all summer long. Happy to bring you all the broadcasts throughout this entire summer.
Left-handed batter Mason Greer digs in, headed to Missouri State. Greer will look towards Jeff Bramall. 12-6 Hyannis in the top of the 8th with nobody out. Bramall kicks and deals, and Greer watches a ball miss away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Mason Greer, a JUCO World Series champion with McLennan Community College. First time they've won in 37 years as the 0-1 hits the light post down the left field line. And is 1 ball, 1 strike. Greer, like many players on the Cape, comes from a baseball family. His father, who went by the name of Rusty, was a .305 hitter with the Rangers. 1-1. Off the outside, 2 balls and a strike. Had quite the impressive career. 9 seasons with Texas, 119 home runs for Rusty Greer. 2-1. In the dirt, skips back to the screen. And the count 3 balls and a strike to Greer, who's headed to Missouri State. Rusty Greer had 614 RBIs. Drafted by the Rangers in the 10th round. As the 3-1 is grounded down the right field line foul. 3 balls and 2 strikes. His nickname, Gareth, they called Rusty the Red Baron. It's a pretty good nickname.
I like that.
3-2 to the plate. Misses upstairs, and Mason Greer hopes to follow in his father's footsteps. Will walk down to first base with a walk to open up the 8th inning. Rusty Greer finished his career with a 22.4 WAR. That is terrific. Runner at first, nobody out. A 12-6 Hyannis lead as the right-handed batter Ryan Romano grounds one down the third base line, foul. Hyannis with 7 runs in the top of the 7th. 28 combined runs in their last 2 games. This offense will not cool down. Averaging 7 runs a game with their last 5 and hitting .283. Bramall's 0-1. Off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan Romano playing with his twin brother, Nick Romano. The Marcano brothers are in the dugout. They're also twins. Ryan waves the bat at the belt as he looks towards Bramall. Sets the 1-1. And a swing and a foul ball down the right field line. Going over is Trey Harmon, and he can't get there in time. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That 6th inning was it? Ryan Romano had his first home run of the summer, and it was a grand slam, a no-doubter. Over the left field fence towards the 300 mark, the shortest porch here at Eldridge Park. Bramall in his 2nd straight appearance against Hyannis. 1-2. Swing and a miss. And the first out of the 8th is a swinging strikeout.
It looks like Romano may have injured himself on that swing. May have turned around his wrist or so as he's talking to the home plate umpire, Louis DeLuis.
For Pramel, that's his second strikeout of the night. And for Jeff, while this might not matter in the final result of this game, for Pramel, his last outing against Hyannis, 2 1/3 and gave up 6 runs. So he is trying to get some revenge against the Harbor Hawks. First pitch to the lefty leadoff man, Clark Elliott, and he takes the ball downstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. Elliott, after reaching in 7 of his 7 at-bats in yesterday's game, first time anybody's ever done that since 2012 on the Cape. 1-0. And he swings and slices one foul down the left field line. Today he has reached in 4 of his 5 at-bats. The on-base percentage continues to climb for the best hitter in this lineup. Hitting .352 coming in. He's got a pair of singles, a pair of runs, and a pair of walks. Runner at first is Greer. The 1-1. Way outside, gets away from Mickness as it rolls over towards the on-deck circle of Hyannis. And walking into second base is Mason Greer. And so a runner in scoring position. 12-6, the Harbor Hawks over the Orleans Firebirds here in the top of the 8th inning. Harbor Hawks 3-time Cape League champions in 78 and 79, back-to-back years, and then one in 91. Runner at second is Greer. Pramel looks on towards Clark Elliott. Kicks high, 2-1. And a swing and a sharply hit ground ball over towards second. Chatton-Yate gloves it, moving to his left. And the second baseman lobs to first. And down goes Elliott. On to third goes Mason Greer. So Greer retired. Elliott retired for only the second time in his last 13 at-bats. Hyannis Harbor Hawks, their history goes back to 1888, Gareth, the first time Hyannis had a team. First pitch home to the right-handed batter, Dominic Johnson, and he fouls one over the screen. Harbor Hawks were sponsored by the Gentlemen of Leisure, Charles B. Corey and Charles Richard Crane, who founded the club. The best part about this story is in 1888 that is, they wore suits that were white flannel and red stockings. Here's an 0-1. A swing and a miss. Johnson waves. No balls and 2 strikes. That's quite the outfit. White suits, red socks.
And Colonel Sanders.
Runner at third is Greer. 12-6 Hyannis over Orleans. Top 8, 2 out. 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Dominic Johnson. And how about Jeff Pramel? 3 strikeouts as he sits down. Johnson, for the first time tonight, Dominic Johnson is retired, and that will do it for the top of the 8th. Pramel doing some work through 2 innings, giving up 1 hit and just 1 walk, no runs scored. We will head to the bottom of the 8th. Firebirds with some work to do, and then some, and maybe some overtime. Down 12-6 to Hyannis midway through 8. Welcome back to Miss Eldridge. Carlo Jimenez alongside my roommate Gareth Kwok. Bottom of the 8th inning, and it is a 12-6 Hyannis lead over Orleans. A pinch hitter for the Firebirds. It will be Julio Marcano. The right-handed batter digs in. Some defensive substitutions for Hyannis. Trent Taylor is now in at second base for Ryan Romano. As Marcano looks towards Cooper McKeon, who begins his 4th inning of work tonight. Julio just 1 for 16 in his last 6 games. Looking for a big hit here as the right-handed batter eyes McKeon, and McKeon steps off. Julio Marcano, the lone returning Firebird, still on the team as the first pitch to him misses inside. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Marcano back in 2019 hit .256 and had a home run, 1-0. And he swings and grounds one down the third baseline, foul. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Had 39 at-bats on the summer. Kelly Nicholson, talking about the Marcano brothers, said they're just guys who are all about business. They come to work every day. 1-1. Marcano swings and misses. Breaking ball has him fooled, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Julio and David 5 minutes apart. David is older. And David showed up to the Cape second after he got a phone call from his brother on the way to the gym. Julio was here on opening night. 1-2. And he rolls one on the ground to third. Through the legs of the third baseman Greer and down the left field line. Marcano's going to stop at first. That ball right towards Mason Greer at third. He put the glove down on the backhand and it went through the wickets. And the 9-hole hitter is aboard. And up comes Peyton Chatinier.
They're going to rule that an error on Greer as it goes underneath his glove. He has had a real tough time at third tonight. There have been several balls that have gone underneath his glove. It has not been a great day out in the field for Mason Greer tonight.
Peyton Chatinier, the right-handed batter, looks on. But Marcano at first, and the first pitch is a strike away. Hyannis 12, Orleans 6, bottom 8. As we approach the 3.5-hour mark of this one. Supposed to start at 5:30, but rain delayed that. We began at 6:30. First pitch home. Excuse me, and it's a ball away. 1 ball and no strikes. Peyton Chatinier used to go by the nickname P-Money, Gareth.
P-Money?
P-Money. Runner at first and nobody out. Here comes a 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chatinier went to Disneyland with a couple of his buds during summer baseball. Got a ball and 2 strikes, says home plate umpire Louis DeLuis. And you know, the problem about going to Disneyland is all the lines. I mean, that's the worst part. That's why they get you with the fast pass. The last thing you want to do is be in line. 1-1. 1-2, excuse me. Swinging a fly ball into right field. Coming in the right fielder. Johnson on the run. He reaches up and makes the catch. Back into first is Julio Marcano with a head first slide. And Chatinier retired. So, Peyton and his friends, a little ingenuity. They had a sticker. They wrote P-Money on it. Put it on Peyton's hat. And then acted like Peyton was a celebrity and just skipped every line. And people would say, hey, you can't skip the line. It's Disneyland. That's a cardinal sin. And they would say, you don't know what P-Money is? And they would just walk up right to the front. So Peyton Chatinier, a little innovation at a young age. Right into batter Luke Keischel. Takes a strike on the outside. No balls and 1 strike.
A lot of his Orleans Firebirds teammates call him PC for Peyton Chatinier. They just call him PC, which is, I think everybody's got their own nickname here. Luke Keischel, you just call him Keish for short.
Blackwell at first. 12-6 Hyannis, bottom 8. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Snap back throw to first. Julio Marcano is out. He is thrown out trying to slide back in. A nice play by Proto. And there's 2 gone. And so Julio Marcano puts his head down and has to walk back to the dugout. I think we got to bring P Money back, though, for Peyton Chanier. I mean, that's too good.
P Money?
He's been money. 288 hitter. Scored a run today. So the base is now vacant and a 0-2 count. Pitch to Keishel, and he swings and misses at a ball in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher, Proto. He picks it up on the bare hand. Throw to first is in time. And Luke Keishel is retired. That is strikeout number 7 for Cooper McKeon as he ends his 4th inning of work. A runner reaches on an error and is thrown out. No runners left on, and McKeon faces the minimum. We will head to the 9th. Hyannis with a comfortable lead, leading 12-6 here at Eldridge Park. Welcome back to Eldridge Park, where the Hyannis Harbor Hawks have a 12-6 lead over the Orleans Firebirds. As we begin the top of the 9th inning, will be the left-handed batter Zane Harris. Jeff Pramel out for his 3rd inning of work. Pramel has gone 2 innings and given up just 1 hit, 1 walk, no runs, and looking for a confidence booster as he faces the senior from Wright State. First pitch home, and a swing and a line shot right at the shortstop, David Marcano. And there's 1 away.
Yeah, Marcano entering in as a defensive substitution for Benjamin Blackwell at shortstop, and on the first pitch, he gets a line drive right at his direction.
So in stands the right-handed batter Nick Romano. Struck out 3 times today, doubled and scored in the 6th, and has 2 RBIs to his name. Righty on righty, first pitch home. And he swings and rolls 1 foul down the third base line. Well, a Hyannis team that used to be called the Hyannis Mets changed the Harbor Hawks because of the Osprey that sit in the light poles along the Cape. The Firebirds used to be the Cardinals. They changed to the Firebirds. 0-1, and a swing and a high pop-up down the right field line. This one in foul territory, slicing towards the few chairs that are left, and it's foul. Luke Keishel, Chase DeLauder giving it his all as he sprints onto the hill. Or is that's Peyton Chanier?
Peyton Chanier almost got a front row seat with the Birdman out there on the hill.
Set it right for him.
Yep. Peyton could have just kept running if he wanted to.
We might have to have Birdman on the post-game show for player of the game. That play he made earlier where he picked up the goose on the field and walked it off. I mean, that's impressive.
Honestly.
0-2 to Romano. And he swings and rolls 1 to third. Tyler Locklear, the third baseman, waits for it. He gloves. A sidearm throw to first is in plenty of time. Nick Romano is gone. Jeff Pramel, 2 up, 2 down in the top of the 9th. And in comes Kyle Ball. Orleans led 6-5. Before a 7-run 6th inning by Hyannis. since then, it has been all Harbor Hawks. First pitch home to the right-handed batter. He takes a strike. Kyle Ball out of Stetson. Gareth, you ever thought about picking up a hat yet? Taking a look at the website?
Oh, man, you're going to bring up this conversation again?
Oh, one low. I mean, if they're the Stetson Hatters, and you thought Stetson hats were $13. I'll tell you, I did some digging in there, $1,600, so a little bit of a price difference there.
Okay, all right, yeah, the bougie Stetson Hatters. You didn't make yourself clear that time.
1-1. Skips in dirt. Ball. 2 balls and a strike to Kyle Ball.
I thought you were talking about the merchandise when we were comparing Stetson hats.
Oh, the merchandise
The
is
team merch.
$1,600. It better make me fly.
I mean, we've seen them. They look pretty good. They look pretty nice and exquisite.
I'm sorry, but no hat is $1,600.
Really?
No.
Even if you're getting paid millions of dollars?
No, sir. 2-1. Swing and another pop-up down the right field line. 3 Firebirds converging. Coming in from right is DeLauder. He slides and makes the catch. Chase DeLauder with a nice play to end of the top of the 9th. How about Jeff Bramble? 3 innings of work, 1 hit, 1 walk. And that will do it for Hyannis. Their offensive explosion ends at 12. Can the Firebirds tie or take a lead? We will come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Welcome back to the Birds Broadcast Network. Carlo Hyannis alongside my good friend Gareth Kwok. Bottom of the 9th inning, and the Hyannis Harbor Hawks need 3 more outs here at Orleans, leading 12-6. Cooper McKeon will elongate his longest outing of the summer, going into his 5th inning of work. He had never gone past 3 coming into this game. He's already gone 4 and looking to finish it off. DeLauder, the left-handed batter, digs in. He's 2 for 4 with 2 doubles. First pitch home, and he takes the ball upstairs. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes to him. DeLauder with 8 home runs on the summer. He only had 6 at James Madison this past spring. 1-0. And he swings and hits one on the ground towards second. The second baseman, Taylor, to his left. He scoops it up and lobs to first. And DeLauder is retired. He ends with a 2-hit night, and up comes Tyler Locklear. Locklear yet to have a hit today. Reached second on an error by the third baseman Greer, who's made 3 errors today. Back in the first, it was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Lefty on righty, the pitch misses inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Tyler Locklear and Chase DeLauder, the Bash Bros, the nickname they are getting, as they lead the Cape in home runs with 8 apiece. The wind is quiet. The 1-0. Upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. The lights are on, and we are the last game on this Sunday night. Hyannis, though, I mean, they must just be getting warm with all their 4.5-hour games. This is nothing to the Harbor Hawks. 2-0 to Locklear. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike. Tyler majoring in exercise science at VCU. Was a third-team All-American this last year. And has been terrific in the last couple of games for the Firebirds. Trying to extend his 4-game hitting streak. 2-1. Misses away. 3 balls and a strike. 4 home runs in his last 6 games. For Tyler Locklear, who is tied at the top of the league lead with RBIs with Owen Diodati and Brock Wilkin. Neck and neck at 22. Three-one down the hill. And a walk. And Tyler Locklear will jog down to first. Firebirds need base runners. Down 12-6. They get 1. And in comes Jared McKenzie, the left-handed batter.
Cooper McKeon has done a terrific job out of relief. That's only his first walk of the ball game. I mean, he has just been lights out ever since coming on in the 5th inning. He has just shut down these Firebirds hitters.
First pitch to lefty McKenzie. He takes one upstairs. Jared McKenzie out of Round Rock, Texas, has the second longest all-time Texas high school hitting streak, 28 games. For J-Mac, as he is called, 1-0. And he rolls one foul. And for McKenzie this past year in college at Baylor, he went from a contact guy, used to getting on base and hitting for average, to a power hitter in his shortened 2020 freshman season. McKenzie had just 3 extra base hits. They were all doubles in his 70 plate appearances. The 1-1 misses inside. 2 balls and a strike with Locklear at first and 1 out in the bottom of the 9th of a 12-6 Hyannis lead. So 70 plate appearance, 16 games, just 3 extra base hits. The first 16 games of his second freshman year after the COVID eligibility, he had 10 extra base hits. 2-1. And he fouls one down the left field line over the trees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And 5 of those were home runs. So the first 16 games in 2020, he's got 3 doubles. The first 16 games of 2021, he has 5 home runs. He would go on to have 28 extra base hits and put up 10 home runs on the summer on his way to a freshman All-American selection. 2-2. And he bounces one to short. This could be it. The shortstop, Taylor, goes to second for 1, and no throw to first. Ball pirouettes and decides not to throw with the good speed of McKenzie. So fielder's choice, McKenzie is on. Firebirds down to their final out. And for the second time tonight, up comes Jack Bolger. Bolger still looking for hit number 1 with Orleans. He's 0 for 8 on the summer. 274 hitter at Vanderbilt, was always towards the top of the lineup. Pitch home. Fouls one down the right field line. The Birdman right now is in a screaming match with somebody else across the diamond. I'm not sure who it is, but
I think it's who can scream "Go Birds" the loudest.
Oh, I don't want to be up against Birdman in a competition like that. 2 outs, 12-6 Hyannis. 0-1 is up high. 1 ball, 1 strike to Bolger with McKenzie at first. It is a back and forth. And Gareth Kwok has lost it. Who can scream "Go Birds" louder? Late game entertainment at Eldridge. 1-1. Bolger swings and misses. Ball back to the screen. McKenzie on to second. Birdman, the motivator. Trey Harmon and Jack Philby, along with our MLB scout liaison, Ronan, went on a fishing trip with the Birdman in the off day. Said Birdman, while he is very energetic and excited at a game, he's a smart guy. He's a history teacher in his free time. and just extremely passionate about the Birds. 1-2. Bulger, another ball skips over the head of Proto, and another free 90 for Jared McKenzie. Proto says, my bad, to his pitcher, Cooper McKeon, who's trying to finish his longest outing of the summer and go 5 innings without allowing a run. He has been terrific. 5 innings of work. Came in the 5th, gave up 1 run, that's the home run to Justin Mickness. But since that home run, he has just allowed 1 hit, and that was by Luke Kishel. The screaming match continues. You want to join in, Gareth? You can take the headset off.
I think I'm good.
You know it would be good. Noah Searson. That guy, he's got a voice. 2-2. Low and inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Bulger. Our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, went to a Woo Sox game a couple weeks ago. He's an energetic guy. He's a fan. Doesn't rival the Birds man's energy, but it's solid. McKenzie at third, 12-6 Hyannis. Bulger wants time. 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th, and a 2-2 count to Jack Bulger. Firebirds on the verge of losing 3 in a row for the 3rd time this summer, and dropping their 2nd of the summer to Hyannis. The 3-2's downstairs. That will have to wait a little longer. Bulger heads to first, runners at the corners. And those Firebirds fans that remain applauding the Birds. Trey Harmon will come to bat. Right-handed batter with those all-blue Kentucky Wildcat gloves, although he'll be heading to Stetson. Harmon, RBI single back in the 3rd inning today. He is 1 for 4. The pitch. Low and inside, and it rolls behind Proto. Coming home from third is McKenzie. The throw, the tag. The ball was dropped, and Jared is safe. Jared McKenzie comes home on a ball that gets by Ryan Proto. And Orleans slices the advantage to 5. It's 12-7 as Ray Korn comes out of the bullpen. McKeon just needs 1 more out. Pitch count for Cooper on the game here in the bottom of the 9th inning is up to 67. And Harmon awaits as Korn talks with McKeon. Dre Harmon headed to Stetson, talking to him about the move. He said, well, partly it's because he wants a little more at-bats, but also he did not like the cold in Kentucky. Said he was kind of sick and tired of taking at-bats indoors in the offseason. Wants to be somewhere where he can train year-round. He was actually in Florida getting some work in before Kelly Nicholson gave him a call and said, do you want to come play? We need a first baseman. Trey took the invitation, and he's got hits in 6 of his 8 starts with Orleans. At second is Bulger. Pitch home off the outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Kean needs 1 more out. That bullpen for Hyannis is a graveyard. No one's getting warm. Wind blowing in. Time is called. Firebirds will take on the Bourne Braves for the final time tomorrow here at home. That's a 7 o'clock start. 2-0. And a ground ball to third. Backhanded by Greer. He'll take his time. The throw from the third baseman. Down goes Harmon, and down go the Firebirds. 12-7. The final score. Cooper McKeon gives up 2 hits in his final 5 innings of work. A terrific outing by the pitcher from BYU. And the Orleans Firebirds drop to 10-13-4 on the summer. Hyannis picks up their 6th win of 2021, their 2nd against Orleans, and a game that lasts 3 hours and 37 minutes goes to the Arbor Hawks. This final East-West matchup between these 2 teams, and Hyannis wins the season series. Gareth Kwok is going to go try to get Luke Kishol, a sophomore out of USF, to join us. Kishol, a 2-hit night with 2 RBIs. He was 2 for 4 on the game. As Orleans, in this 3-game homestand, has dropped the first 2. Arbor Hawks 12 runs are the 2nd most scored by a team this summer against the Firebirds since the last time they played them. They scored 13 runs back in July 8th. Noah Searson is going to try to get Jeff Pramel, who was fantastic for Orleans. 3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 1 walk. Pramel a big confidence boost after his last outing against Hyannis, in which he went 2 1/3 and gave up 6 earned runs. Gareth Bach trying to find Luke Keischel. Looking around. Wind blowing slightly in. Thanks for tuning in here on this Orleans Firebirds broadcast. Hope you learned something today. We had some time to spill some facts, talk about the white jerseys and the red stockings. And Noah Searson is ready with Jeff Pramel. Noah, go ahead and take it away, my good friend.
Yeah, appreciate it, Carlo. I'm on the sidelines here with Jeff Pramel. And Jeff, I know it was a little bit of a disappointing outing tonight for the team, but for yourself, a big rebound outing, because the last time out, Hyannis, they had your number, and I talked to you a bit before the game, and you said, they just hit me, and sometimes that happens. Tonight, not the case, though. 3 innings pitched, only 1 hit allowed. So what adjustments did you make from that outing in Hyannis, and kind of what did you take from that going into the game tonight?
Well, for my last outing, I kind of just felt like I was leaving my slider and my fastball too middle. And tonight, I was just trying to locate outside corners and stuff and working my slider off with that.
And then, with an outing like this, I know it's kind of hard to draw positives from a game that's like this. But for you personally, what can you draw upon from an outing like this, build upon going into future outings in the final quarter of the season?
I just felt good, and I'm just trying to carry that through the rest of the season, just trying to hit my spots and do what I can for the team.
And then finally, like I said, we're kind of nearing the end stretch of the Cape League season this year. So for you personally, what's the one big thing that you'd like to continue to build upon, continue to work on in your own game, the final 10 stretch before you get a little break before spring ball?
I think, throwing first pitch strikes, I think that's the biggest thing, getting ahead in accounts just so you can kind of work with the batter with any pitch you have.
Alrighty, that's always a good thing. First pitch strikes, hammering the strike zone, and it worked tonight. 3 innings pitched, only 1 hit surrendered. Jeff, thank you so much for your time. I'll let you go. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Carlo, that's all I got from the sidelines tonight, but I'll send it back to you in the booth. I know you're trying to track down Luke Keischel, so take it away.
Appreciate it, Noah. Here with Luke Keischel. Nice to join us after this one. Luke, 2 hits for you today, a couple and an RBI. Tough game for the Birds against this Harbor Hawks team, but every day you seem to come in and impress. Just another multi-hit game, above 400 on the season. What's been the mindset, coming from the Cal Ripken League in here to the Cape, and how have you been able to translate that to so much success?
Not too much, honestly. I knew coming in that the competition and the pitching was going to be a lot higher, so I figured I might need to shorten up my swing a little bit and just work backside. So I was trying to step in the box and go up there with mostly the same approach, trying to drive something on the line to the outfield, to try and stay inside the baseball, just do my job. If I'm up with a man on third, just score the guy. Not really too worried about statistics and all that stuff, just trying to score runners and get on base, help my team out.
Got about a couple weeks now here on the Cape, kind of to settle in. What do you think for you has been a focus point of something you're trying to improve on going into the next collegiate season, and how has that worked out for you?
A lot of things. One thing, versatility on defense. I'm all over the place here, which is nice. Helps me learn to play new positions, like outfield. Never been put out there. Got some opportunities to see it. Playing a lot of third base, even a little bit of shortstop. Just versatility piece is nice, so I can work my defensive game a lot. And just having a good approach at the plate and just seeing live arms and seeing this competition is really going to help me for next season. I think just getting reps and quality reps is what I need the most and just going to help the most.
Yeah, I'm sure the Dons are going to be excited to have you back for your sophomore year. Tough one for the Birds today. You got Bourne tomorrow, the best team on the Cape. But you guys played them close last time. And mentally, is this one where you just forget and move on, or do you try to learn from it and see what you can take into Bourne?
It's the same game. It's just baseball. I mean, they're a good team, but we're a good team too. Anybody can win. It's no difference. I don't think we did anything wrong last game. I don't even think we got outplayed. I think we just played a good game, and they played a good game too. Just tables didn't turn our way. So I don't think we really need to forget or change anything from last game. I think we just need to keep doing what works for us and hold runners, keep them to a low amount of runs, and we score a lot of runs. That's basically it.
Sweet. Well, we'll look forward to it tomorrow. Thanks so much, Luke. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us in the booth.
Of course.
And you're good to go. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
That's Luke Kieschel here on the broadcast. Gareth Kwok will become a track star and sprint back over. And we will say sayonara from Eldridge Park. The final score between the Orleans Firebirds and the Hyannis Harborhawks, 12-7 here at Eldridge, as Orleans drops their third straight game for the third time this summer. That's the third three-game losing streak, and they're 10-13-4. Gareth, 30 seconds. Quick takeaways.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where Hyannis gets to them again. Give them the credit. The Hyannis, the team that pitched better, they had the more timely hits. Give credit to Cooper McKeon, who shoved out of the bullpen in relief. But right now, this is a Firebirds team that they're starting to slip away in this race, and for right now, they just got to think about putting together some good, going back to the basics, putting together their best baseball here, finish out strong right now, given the situation. And hey, look, if you get back into it, they're going to be happy with the win tomorrow against Bourne, against the best team. Just take advantage of the time you have left and be able to put together some good performances right now in this 2021 summer, and finish it out strong.
That's going to do it for us here at Eldridge. We'll be back 6:45 pregame tomorrow. You won't want to miss that one. The Bourne Braves are in town, and last time it was a walk-off win for the Bravos, so should be a good one between those two teams, the final game between Bourne and Orleans. For Carlo Jimenez, Gareth Kwok, our producer Matt Schenfeld, our sideline reporter Noah Searson, and all the amazing people that helped this broadcast go on, we're saying so long from Eldridge Park. Have a good rest of your Sunday night. The final score one more time: Hyannis 12, Orleans 7.